All right, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome all of you to the 2020 Virtual IC, and please welcome our Commander Starfleet, Steve Parmalee. And Steve, we're just going to get you unmuted. Give me 1 second here. Sorry, little technical difficulty, folks. There you go. Not a worry. You were going to introduce the Admiralty Board group and the video. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your current Admiralty Board.
Williams. I am the Region 1 Regional Coordinator. We have over 1,000 members in our region, which covers 8 states. It's Indiana, Ohio, Tennessee, Kentucky, Virginia, West Virginia, North Carolina, and South Carolina. And within those 8 states, we have 45 chapters. We are by far the largest in SFI and very proud of all of our chapters. We have many chapters that do monthly events, such as Against Humanity. We have Star Trek Trivia several times a month. And we also have movie nights, which is a watch party that everybody gets together and just watches. So we've got a little bit about everything that you can think of to do in a region. We're very active and very happy to have anybody that would like to participate in our fun.
Were you all seeing that, Steve? Okay. Sorry about that. We're seeing it now, right? All right. There we go.
Come visit us and do watch parties with us and play our trivia nights and whatnot. So you'll not only get to meet a lot of the Region 1 members, but you'll get to read all the way to Region 20.
Greetings, Starfleet. I'm Rear Admiral Ryan Case, CO of the USS Hayes in Jackson, Mississippi, and Regional Coordinator of Region 2. Region 2 is the southeast region of the United States, containing the states of Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, and the islands of the Caribbean. I personally have been a member of Starfleet since October of 2013 and have served the region as RC since January of 2015, but I have been a Star Trek fan for the entirety of my life. Proving so, this is me in 1994 blowing out the candles on my Enterprise cake at my 9th birthday. I love Star Trek for everything it brings to us and how we should aspire to be as humans and fellows in this universe. I hope all of you watching today enjoy this abbreviated take on our international conference and hope to see you in attendance at the 2021 IC in Florida. On and ever upward.
Greetings, 2020 Virtual IC from Region 3, 416 sentient beings and 19 chapters that comprise everything here in Texas and Louisiana for Starfleet International. We're looking forward to sharing this IC with you, even if it's in this strange new world, this new medium of everything being virtualized. We hope to interact with everybody and have a great time. And we're looking forward to seeing everybody in the real world here very soon. For everyone in Region 3, stay safe, take it easy.
The following video includes simulated images of the famed Waikiki Beach of Region 4, no actual visit to the beach due to COVID-19.
Greetings, attendees of the Virtual IC 2020. I am Admiral David Nottage, Regional Coordinator for Region 4. All of our 408 members and 19 chapters send you our best regards. Please be safe out there and hope to see you in November in San Mateo for the in-person IC. Talk to you soon. Live long and prosper.
Hello everyone, my name is Fleet Captain Vi Curtis. I'm the RC for Region 5, which is located in the Pacific Northwest of the United States. We have 4 states in our region: Washington, Oregon, Montana, and Idaho. Our region consists of 11 ships, 264 crew members, and 10 Marines. We are dedicated to improving our communities, helping one another, expanding on Gene Roddenberry's dream, and having fun. It was great talking to you all. Have a wonderful week out there.
Apparently Region 6 coordinator was kidnapped by the Kardashians. While we negotiate with Gal Du Kim for his release, Vice Regional Coordinator Jessica Single was able to deliver a message for the region.
Hello, Starfleet International. I'm Rear Admiral Jess Single. I'm the Vice Regional Coordinator for Region 6. We represent the North Central United States, Minnesota, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Iowa, and Wisconsin. We have 8 active ships, which are the USS Zarak, USS Dakota, USS Hawkeye, USS Imperium, USS Scorpius, USS Thunderchild, and the flagship of Region 6, which is the USS Wisconsin, captained by our own regional coordinator, Brigadier Leo Rogers. We are Region 6, and we are the pride of the plains.
Greetings. I'm Admiral Wayne Augustin, Region 7's coordinator, proudly serving the outstanding members and chapters of this region since July of 2008. From Star Trek Discovery to Star Trek Picard, Region 7 celebrates all incarnations of Star Trek. Live long and prosper.
Hello, Starfleet. I am Vice Admiral Owen Swart, Commanding Officer of the USS Dauntless and Coordinator of Starfleet's Region 8. I've been serving as a member of the Admiralty Board since the 22nd of February 2007, a little over 13 years ago now, and I'm here to serve you. For the longest time, since 2007, when I took command of the USS Dauntless, there was only one chapter here in Region 8. But that has all changed recently. Over the last couple of years, we've served as mothership to 2 new chapters, the USS Yorktown and the USS Cougar, both of whom flew off to join other regions. But we're pleased that the USS Cougar has decided to rejoin us here in Region 8 very recently. We're also pleased to announce that the USS Omnis, which will be the region's very first meeting chapter based in Pretoria, South Africa, should be commissioning very, very soon if they haven't already by the time you hear this message. Looking forward to meeting you all at the International Conference online. SWAT out.
Hey, y'all doing there in Starfleet? I'm Lieutenant General Thomas A. Sigmundson. I'm Regional Coordinator, Region 9. And I would say the highlights about Region 9 is because we are so close to other countries in Europe that we have to do the original Star Trek edict. That is our philosophy because of different cultures and different languages that are around us. And there are just so many different kind of people from other reaches of Europe. You know, it's different. It's not the same in other places, but we do our best to promote Starfleet and the best as we can with the Roddenberry's emphasis on the edict. So I hope this video finds you well, and I hope you all have great fun at the IC. Thank you so much.
Hey everybody, this is Admiral Paul Reed from Region 10. I joined the Admiralty Board on October 15, 1996. I joined Starfleet itself in 1986. My first issue with the communique was way back in issue 17. I've joined a number of chapters over the region, going way back to Resolution, then Courageous, then Majestic, and now Atlantis. In terms of Region 10, we've had some growth. We now have 3 chapters, and looking forward to some to better times where we can actually see each other face to face. So until then, we'll just welcome everybody to our first virtual IC.
Hi everyone, my name is Fleet Captain Helen Stook and I'm the Region 11 Coordinator. I have been the Regional Coordinator since April this year, and unfortunately due to the virus, we've been in lockdown pretty much ever since I've become RC. So we haven't been able to do a lot with regards to any conventions or getting together. However, we do have a really strong presence on social media and we are really working hard to keep in contact with each other, and the CEOs in the region are really good at keeping in contact with all their members and making sure that everyone is feeling really good. Region 11 consists of 7 ships, 1 space station and 1 shuttle. So in total we have around 300 members, and hopefully once we can start getting back to conventions we can grow that and get a little bit more presence here. But we're such a vast region spreading from the whole of Australia, Asia, New Zealand that it's hard to get together. However, like I said, talking online and keeping in contact, we're really good at, and we can help to keep morale up and keep the dream of the Starfleet going. Thanks all.
Hi, I'm Shannon Lindblom, Senior, I am RC of Region 12, newly elected, and I look forward to many days having fun. I look forward to helping the Admiralty Board in any capacity needed. And as CEO of my chapter for over 10 years, we do plenty of recruiting and community service work. We look forward to helping bring Starfleet into the next millennium. Thank you.
Greetings, everybody. This is Captain Kyle Fisher of Region 13. I joined the AV board on June 2020, and I command the Region 13 regional flagship at this time, which is Station North Star, which is based off Deep Space Nine, but a future version of it. We are the only region with a fleet of this star base, if you want to prefer to call it. We are expanding. We got 3 new chapters coming up and across Ontario. I'm looking forward to serve with you all. If you have any questions, you can always get a hold of me. And I'm looking forward to seeing you out there. And good luck in your time in the fleet. It would be the best experience you've ever done.
Hi, I'm Corey, Regional Coordinator for Region 15 and the Executive Officer of the region's flagship, the USS Darwin. I've been a member of Starfleet for over 30 years, and I'm just now starting my second term as Regional Coordinator. For the chapters of the 15th Fleet, we ask that during these difficult times, please be safe, be kind to each other, and remember, there's room for everyone to enjoy their own trek. From the Ares 4, Constitution, Darwin, Dreadnought, the Excalibur, George Washington, Helen Pulowski, and the Hood, the Lexington, Narragansett, Panther, Rhode Island, Roger Williams, and the Tang, we are Starfleet, and Region 15, we are the Spirit of New England.
Please note, these are not your fault.
Sorry about that, folks. We had somebody bomb us, so we're bouncing them as we speak. Yeah. All right. Should be okay now. All right, sorry about that, everybody. We're gonna kick it back to Corey and let him start from the beginning.
Hi, I'm Corey, Regional Coordinator for Region 15 and the Executive Officer of the region's flagship, the USS Darwin. I've been a member of Starfleet for over 30 years, and I'm just now starting my second term as Regional Coordinator. For the chapters of the 15th Fleet, we ask that during these difficult times, please be safe, be kind to each other, and remember, there's room for everyone.
Yeah, we're getting them. You know what? We are just going to, if everyone could put their SCC number, or not SCC number, we're just going to go through the list and we're just going to pull some people out who we don't know. So if you're in the, if you wind up getting bounced back to the waiting room, just we will, we'll bring you back in, but you got to send me a message. Yep, it is enabled. It's current. Yeah, I mean, I can bounce everybody back if you'd like. Yeah, no, it's enabled. It's we're bringing people in only as people are coming in. Yeah, unfortunately, that's what happens sometimes. So for the member that was very concerned about us releasing this at the very last minute, releasing the details at the very last minute, this was exactly why. We're gonna put him in the waiting room. That's what it is. All right, I think we may have gotten them, so try this one more time. There we go.
Trek. From the Ares 4, Constitution, Darwin, Dreadnought, the Excalibur, George Washington, Helen Pulowski, and the Hood, the Lexington, Narragansett, Panther, Rhode Island, Roger Williams, and the Tang, we are Starfleet, and Region 15, we are the Spirit of New England.
Please note, these are not your father's mile-high clubs.
This is Admiral Brand Stimson, Region 17 Regional Coordinator, welcoming you to the 2020 Starfleet Virtual IC from the Rocky Mountain Fleet.
Hello, I'm Vice Admiral Richard Sands, Regional Coordinator for Region 20. I've been a member of the Admiralty Board since February 2017. I'm really proud to serve Region 20 We're the largest international region in SFI. We have 12 chapters serving over 600 members, many of whom are active across a wide number of fleet departments, including the Academy, Starfleet Medical, the MACOs, and the Marine Corps. Region 20 covers Ireland and the United Kingdom. And as a region, we're really active on Facebook, so please do pop by and say hello. We look forward to welcoming you soon. Live long and prosper.
All right, Steve, we're going to kick it back to you now. We have your welcome and report. Not a problem. The Starfleet panel for GDPR, we're planning on 4 o'clock, and the data compliance panel is at 5. So you know, everything else in for the day is going to be kind of throughout the day. One of the things that we're going to be doing is we're going to be showing our award nominees throughout the time period here. So we've got a number of our awards our annual awards are going to be distributed today. So we're going to do that, and you know, it's going to be 4 p.m. on the GDPR, and 5 p.m. And that's Eastern time, by the way. I'm speaking in my times. That's Eastern time. So that is 3 p.m. Central on the GDPR and 4 p.m. Central on the data compliance. The GDPR, of course, being hosted by our friends from Charlie. Okay. We apologize, everybody. We're getting so many, you know, we're getting a bunch of people in here that looks like we got out Charlie. You know, unfortunately, we always have some jokes. You know what? We will turn off the chat for everybody at the moment, and you know, till we boot those. So we're gonna just turn off the chat right now, and we'll be able to move forward. Steve, if you're good. Up, we can't hear you. Okay. Okay, as I mentioned, we're going to be coming at you with our award nominees throughout. So here is our first set of nominees. Okay, and next up is the VCS.
Hi, everyone. I am Admiral James Herring, Vice Commander of Starfleet. Assigned being second in command of the fleet, I also head up a number of departments. They include All Access Starfleet, Starfleet Diplomatic Corps, Frost, NACO, Headfleet, the Marines, Starfleet Medical, and Starfleet Sciences. So we have a lot of stuff going on, and I'm proud to be kind of looking over them. They do very well. I encourage you to check them all out. I've been in Starfleet since January 31st, 1987. Held a lot of different positions, and I'm very proud and honored to be second in command, and I think we have a very good commander with Steve as our head. I really am proud to be here, and I look forward to everything that comes up with this new Virtual Starfleet 2020. Thank you. That's all.
All right, and now we have, do we have a representative from operations with us? I don't see Jonathan in my participant list, so. We are going to bring up our communications report next. So please welcome our communications chief, Starfleet Chief of Communications.
Communications for Starfleet, welcoming to you to this IC here today. We will be discussing a lot of things today. We are a multifaceted part of Starfleet. We handle publications, our newsletters, the communique being one of them, and media services as well. And Chief of Communications for Starfleet, welcoming to you to this IC here today.
We're sorry, everyone. We're just having a slight technical difficulty with the video, so just give us 1 second. Laura, just give me a shout if you can see it.
Well, I'm Admiral Jeffrey Higdon, Chief of Communications for Starfleet, welcoming to you to this IC here today. We will be discussing a lot of things today. We are a multifaceted part of Starfleet. We handle publications, our newsletters, the communique being one of them, and media services as well. And as you will hear about our video and audio services. Right now I want to introduce Rear Admiral Eric Johansson, the Senior Vice Chief in charge of media services.
Good day, fellow members of Starfleet. My name is Eric Johansson, and I'm the Vice Chief of Communications Media Services. That position covers a few areas. First, and the busier of the two, is moderating the two official Facebook pages, the members only page and the business only page. I handle submitted posts, either approving them or declining them if they don't comply with our group rules. I also accept or decline ad requests for those pages. Most of those that are declined are missing answers to the membership questions, primarily the "do we have your consent to look you up in our database" question. The other task I have is managing the listserv emails, both approving submissions and approving or declining ad requests. In the meantime, have a great day, and I will possibly see you out there in space, cyberspace, if nowhere else.
Hello, everybody. I'm Lieutenant General Dennis Rayburn from Region 1. I'm the Vice Chief of Communications in charge of the CQ. That's just a fancy title of saying I'm the Editor-in-Chief for Starfleet Communique during this administration. My staff and I are working continually to improve the CQ to get the best possible content. But to do that, we need articles, columns, pictures, recipes, fan fiction. If you got something you want to publish, send it to me. Unless it's ridiculous, I'm liable to run it. So think about that. And if there's something I can do for you, give me an email at cq@sfi.org. Thanks.
Hi, my name is TJ Cutman, and I'm a Vice Chief of Communications for Starfleet International, in charge of publications, manuals, and generally whatever else anybody in communications needs done. And we're here to get the word out to you via the Communique Quarterly and a variety of other channels. Tune in and check us out. Have a great day.
Good afternoon, Fleet. I'm Major Russell Camp, Vice Chief of Communications in charge of the newly appointed Department of Audio and Video Services. A lot of what we in the department do is handle the day-to-day tasks relating to the production of our own live stream segments, Starfleet After Dark, Ask Me Anything with the CS, and Starfleet Icons. But our mandate doesn't stop there. We also provide for other audio and video needs passed down to us from other offices and various committees. We also provide guidance and support down to the chapter level on setting up virtual meetings or even assist them in their own AV projects. Our number one goal is to provide the fleet with entertaining and informative content. In the coming year, we have plans for a number of expansions in our live programming, as well as some other interesting projects I can't quite let out of the bag yet. But here at AVS, we'd like to say thanks for having us, and as always, live long and prosper.
Thank you, Russell. And he mentioned something about a special thing that we'll be doing. It is my proud privilege and pleasure to make this announcement. We will be hosting a news show starting in October called Starfleet at Large. It's going to be about you, the members, and you, the chapters. Send in your audio, your video, your stories about your chapter events, your calendars, anything you can to comms@sfi.org. And possibly you'll be on the air with Starfleet at Large. Well, that's it for communications. I want to thank you for your time and effort to be here. And I'm going to pass this on to our next executive committee member right now.
And we want to thank our friends from communications. And next up, we actually wanted to show you our next set of nominees. And Steve, do we have is Compops here for their report?
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yep, we can.
Oh, perfect. That's one. Jeff, anybody else can hear me? Raise your hand if you can hear me. Perfect. Well, I'll keep this short. I don't think there's anything in Compops going on that everybody wants to know about, so this should go pretty quickly, right? You guys have been paying attention to my reports. You guys know that I'll address the biggest one, the database, I guess. The new database is they kind of the core team that's let me take a step back. As most of you know, and if you don't know, the fine folks over at the Royal Manicorean Navy, their Compops team, or the equivalent of their Compops team, is the team that's putting together the new database for us. If you have not seen Medusa, head over to the medusa.trmn.org. I think it's been a while since I've looked at the URL. But we are getting basically the version 3 of their Medusa database that's currently in development. The team has added a bunch of people within the last few months and has taken a step back and redesigned the core architecture to do something that I've actually thought that I would love to have introduced into our database a long time ago. They're creating a core engine that will only be available via, I mean, for those of you that know, via an API, and then they're writing separate interfaces for that engine. So it's actually going to be a much better database than even the one they have now. So that is currently, I mean, they are heavy under development right at this moment, working really hard to get that going. Of course, we'll benefit from that. We'll be able to plug in our specifics on top of the core database. I keep calling it the core database, but you know, there's a core engine, there's a user interface level, and then there's going to be what they're called personality modules to plug in on top of that. That's going to personalize it for our use. So that's, like I said, that's heavy under development at the moment. The new team, like I said, that's happened within the last few months. That this has really picked up and really started going gung-ho. So hopefully we see something out of this soon that I can do some showcasing with. I'm currently writing our day one documentation. We've got some day one processes that have to be there for the database for us to be usable. Has to happen on day one. So I'm writing the day one processes now so that we can make sure our personality modules are there. So that's the big nutshell of where the new database is. I know that's still very generic information, but maybe it gives people that have been, I know there's been quite a few people asking lately where it's at, and that's where it's at. Other things going on in Compops at the moment, we are working on adding a authentication level to our database. We've got a few things that are waiting on it now. Our members only website is waiting on it. Our forum is waiting on it. I know that there are some other websites like the region website. There's one region website that asked me for it. So we're looking into getting that. I had somebody that was helping that kind of seemed to just kind of stop responding. So I'm looking at it now and trying to get that up and running. So that's coming along. And then other than that, our web team is really working hard on making sure that all the websites are functional, and because we excuse me, because we did buy a wildcard insert, which we needed for Moodle. We are working on making sure that all the websites are SSL compliant, so that they're all locked down and under that. And then lastly, we are currently, I know people keep complaining about mail and websites and Moodle and the Academy. We are looking to move to a new site. Our first site didn't pan out, so we're falling back and we're going to pick another site. So that kind of took a back seat this week. I've been a little sick and under the weather, but I'm going to be picking that back up here pretty shortly, and we'll be looking to move that pretty quickly. So stay tuned for that. That's it. Thanks, guys.
All right, we are going to take a look at our next set of nominees. Okay, and now we are going to hear from a report from our Chief Financial Officer. And this was pre-taped.
Linda Olson, greetings, Starfleet. As you all are aware, this has been a difficult year, and that goes for Starfleet as well as the rest of the Federation. We started the year off with a disaster of an international conference, which ended up costing us over $36,000. That event lost $22,291.96. Next came the discovery that our taxes had not been filed for 3 years and that we therefore lost our not-for-profit status. Thanks to a member who is a CPA, the taxes are now filed and she is now getting our not-for-profit status reinstated. These were items handed to the new administration upon January 1st. Then came COVID-19 and resultant difficulties with BayCon, originally scheduled for Memorial Day. That is the main reason we are all gathered here today. Then our bank accounts were assaulted and that resulted in the freezing of the SFMC bank account, due to our articles of incorporation being outdated. We were able to recoup all the money that was fraudulently taken from our accounts, but as of the end of July we still do not have the new bank account for the SFMC. I have been assured by the state of North Carolina that we should be back up and running by the middle of August. In an attempt to recoup some of the loss from the IC 2019, we sold souvenir t-shirts. However, due to the expense to ship these items, we ended up with canceled orders and leftover shirts, so they have not added to the coffers as expected. Once the remaining shirts are sold, we will still make less than $20 on that endeavor. However, it is not all doom and gloom for Starfleet. The coronavirus pandemic has taught us the value of connecting through social media. We are becoming a closer-knit community due to more and better access for all who wish to participate. We designed and produced a special comm badge in an effort to raise funds to combat this virus. This has been very successful, and in early July we sent a check for $4,000 to Doctors Without Borders. We are finishing up the sales of this badge, and soon the medical department will begin its own badge sales for the same international charity. So while the loss from the International Conference 2019 put Starfleet in the red for the fiscal year by $12,818.46, the good news is overall we are still solvent. Our end of the year worth was just over $99,000. This breaks down as follows: main bank account, $70,000, scholarship account, $16,000, marine accounts, $11,000, IC 2021, $2,000. Cindy Finkenbinder, a member of Region 17, is working on getting our not-for-profit status reinstated and is almost there. Our articles of incorporation are nearly updated and the new SFMC bank accounts will be operational in the very near future. The 2021 International Conference is coming along nicely and we urge you to check us out at ic2021.com. Get your chassis to Tallahassee next June in support of the yearly event. Starfleet is recovering from a very bad year, but we are not bleeding out. We will return stronger and more united than ever.
Well, we wanted to thank Linda for her report. And next we are going to bring up our next set of award nominees. And we have, that was our award nominees for both flag officer and officer. And Steve, you wanted to announce some awards now? Well, thanks for that, and on behalf of all of our award winners, there, congratulations to everybody. That's great stuff. And now let's take a look at our nominees for Commanding Officer of the Year. And the best part about Starfleet and an IC is when we get to celebrate all of our chapters. And that is coming up next with our annual roll call of chapters. So go crazy on your screen then when you see and hear your chapter's name.
Region 1, Fleet Captain Jason Williams, USS Alaric, Asheville, North Carolina, USS Appomattox, Lynchburg, Virginia, USS Ares, Johnson City, Tennessee, USS Arizona, Canton, Ohio, USS Asgard, Columbus, Ohio, USS Bellerophon, Greenville, South Carolina, Space Station Bennu, Gatlinburg, Tennessee, USS Bonaventure, Greensboro, North Carolina, USS Karen, High Point, North Carolina, USS Columbia, Henderson, Kentucky, USS Columbus, Columbus, Ohio, USS Commonwealth, Richmond, Kentucky, USS Constellation, Paducah, Kentucky, USS Draconia, Louisville, Kentucky, USS Freedom, Fayetteville, North Carolina, USS Gorkin, Marion, Indiana, USS Heimdall, Madison Heights, Virginia, USS Hornet, Charlotte, North Carolina, USS Indiana, Indianapolis, Indiana, USS Jurassic, Hamersville, Ohio, USS Kitty Hawk, Raleigh, North Carolina, USS Lagrange, Cuyahoga Falls, Ohio, USS Liberator, Akron, Ohio, USS Mott, Norfolk, Virginia Beach, Virginia, USS Mobius, Historic Lebanon, Ohio, USS Morrowind, Logan, Ohio, Space Station Nikola Tesla, Radcliffe, Kentucky, USS North Carolina, Hickory, North Carolina, USS Ohio, Barberton, Ohio, USS Potomac, Alexandria, Virginia, USS Providence, Jackson, Tennessee, USS Renegade, Youngstown, Ohio, USS Reprisal, Kingsport, Tennessee, Space Station Robert D. Bruce, Washington, North Carolina, USS Robbins, North Augusta, South Carolina, USS Ronald E. McNair, Columbia, South Carolina, USS Serenity, Greensboro, North Carolina, USS Star League, North Augusta, South Carolina, USS Tycoo, Toledo, Ohio, USS Vandalia, Huntington, West Virginia, USS Virginia, Waynesboro, Virginia, USS White Eagle, Jacksonville, North Carolina, USS Yeager, Bluefield, West Virginia, USS Yorktown, Kingsport, Tennessee. Region 2, Rear Admiral Ryan Case, USS Amelia Earhart, Winter Haven, Florida, USS Andromeda, Tampa, Florida, USS Appalachia, Blue Ridge, Georgia, USS Ares, Lawrenceville, Georgia, USS Continuum, Pensacola, Florida, Space Station Dark Silence, Florence, Alabama, USS Da Vinci, Columbus, Georgia, USS DeJathoris, Hartselle, Alabama, USS Exeter, Jacksonville, Florida, USS Guardian, Cape Canaveral, Florida, USS Hayes, Jackson, Mississippi, USS Harry Mudd, Milton, Florida, USS Haven, Orlando, Florida, USS Hephaestus, Birmingham, Alabama, USS Jubilee, Mobile, Alabama, USS Kaitam, Tallahassee, Florida, USS Longbow, Mesa, Arizona, USS Neptune, Biloxi, Mississippi, USS Relentless, Madison, Florida, USS Republic, Atlanta, Georgia, USS San Juan, Puerto Rico, USS Tiberius, St. Petersburg, Florida, USS Victorious, Newport Richey, Florida, USS Wernher von Braun, Huntsville, Alabama. Region 3, Brigadier General Jeremy Karsten, Space Station Archangel, Austin, Texas, USS Battleborn, San Antonio, Texas, USS Behar, San Antonio, Texas, USS Corsair, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, USS Crockett, San Antonio, Texas, USS Diamondback, Abilene, Texas, USS Endurance, Beaumont, Texas, USS Joan of Arc, Corpus Christi, Texas, USS Lone Star, Lubbock, Texas, USS Raptor, Burleson, Texas, USS Reaper, Vidor, Texas, USS Resolute, El Paso, Texas, USS Sea Tiger, Fort Worth, Texas, USS Spirit Wolf, Houston, Texas, USS Tarvos, San Antonio, Texas, USS Tejas, Vernon, Texas, USS Vulcan's Forge, Dallas, Texas, USS Zavala, Houston, Texas. Region 4, Admiral David Nottage, USS Angeles, Los Angeles, California, USS Arrowhead, Highland, California, USS Augusta Ada, San Francisco, California, USS Aurora Vulcanus, Sacramento, California, USS Balthasar, Modesto, California, USS Eagle, Fremont, California, USS Golden Gate, San Francisco, California, USS Gygax, Redding, California, USS Jairzinho, Manteca, California, USS Kepler, San Jose, California, USS Leonidas, Apache Junction, Arizona, USS Northern Lights, San Jose, California, USS Onizuka, Chico, California, USS Peacekeeper, Kingsburg, California, ISS Pegasus, Las Vegas, Nevada, USS Rising Star, North Highlands, California, USS Star Kraken, Sacramento, California, USS Stormbringer, Sacramento, California, USS Wessex, Oceanside, California.
Region 5, Fleet Captain V. Curtis, USS Antares, Kennewick, Washington, USS Bismarck, Spokane, Washington, USS Crusader, Spokane, Washington, USS Destiny, Salem, Oregon, USS Dragonfly, Monroe, Washington, USS Jack Fletcher, Kennewick, Washington, USS Marie Curie, Roseburg, Oregon, USS Phoebe, Everett, Washington, USS Thermopylae, Federal Way, Washington, USS Wild Horse, West Richland, Washington, USS Wolf 359, Portland, Oregon.
Region 6, Fleet Captain Leo Rogers, USS Zarak, Minneapolis, Minnesota, USS Dakota, Minot, North Dakota, USS Hawkeye, Ottumwa, Iowa, USS Imperium, Fargo, North Dakota, USS Scorpius, Boxelder, South Dakota, USS Thunderchild, Rapid City, South Dakota, USS Valhalla, Waseca, Minnesota, USS VRE Kosht, Pleasant Hill, Iowa, USS Wisconsin, Appleton, Wisconsin. Region 7, Admiral Wayne Augustson, USS Abraham Lincoln, Garnaville, New York, USS Adamant, Valley Forge, Pennsylvania, USS Albany, Guilderland, New York, USS Avenger, North Brunswick, New Jersey, USS Banneker, Catonsville, Maryland, USS Britannic, Lake Grove, New York, USS Challenger, Toms River Township, New Jersey, USS Dominion, Dover, Pennsylvania, USS Frank W. Alt, Bowie, Maryland, USS Goddard, Washington, D.C., Maryland, Hecate Battle Group, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, USS Invincible, Marcy, New York, USS Justice, Morristown, New Jersey, USS Katherine Johnson, Frederick, Maryland, USS Loki, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, USS Matrix, Fayetteville, Arkansas, USS New Jersey, Millville, New Jersey, USS Niagara, Rensselaer, New York, ISS Olympus, Great Mills, Maryland, USS Osiris, Bronx, New York, USS Sterling, Greater Binghamton, New York, USS Solstice, Jeanette, Pennsylvania, USS Sovereign, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, USS Stella Pirata, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, USS Susquehannock, Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, USS Venture, Johnstown, Pennsylvania. Region 8, Vice Admiral Owen Swart, USS Cougar, Corydon, Indiana, USS Dauntless, Cape Town, South Africa, USS Omnis, Pretoria, Region 9, South Africa, Lieutenant General Thomas Sigmundson, USS Asclepios, Lyon, France, USS Excelsior, Reykjavik, Iceland, USS Versailles, St. Capreus, France. Region 10, Admiral Paul Reed, USS Atlantis, Wellington, New Zealand, USS Cortana, Medicine Hat, Alberta, USS King Edward, Calgary, Alberta.
Region 11, Fleet Captain Helen Stuke, USS Animus, Goulburn, New South Wales, USS Chimera, Paraloe, Australia, Space Station Canuck Bear, Auckland, New Zealand, Shuttle Damascus, Lithgow, Australia, Shuttle Firehawk, Wollongong, Australia, USS Genesis, Paraloe, Australia, USS Orion Star, Wallsend, New South Wales, USS Parallax, Brisbane, Australia, USS Southern Cross, Melbourne, Australia, USS Tadirium, Sydney, Australia.
Region 12, Commodore Shannon Lindblom, USS Archangel, Shawnee, Oklahoma, USS Blackhawk, Rockford, Illinois, USS Blackstone, Little Rock, Arkansas, USS Borda S, Rantoul, Illinois, USS Chiberia, Harvey, Illinois, USS Dark Phoenix, Lawrence, Kansas, USS Dark Saber, Olathe, Kansas, USS Discovery, St. Louis, Missouri, USS Dorothy, Chicago, Illinois, USS Horizon, Columbia, Missouri, USS Jeanette Maddox, Wichita, Kansas, USS Marco Ramius, Springdale, Arkansas, USS Missouri, Kansas City, Missouri, USS Oklahoma, Vinita, Oklahoma, USS Orion, Moline, Illinois, USS Phoenix, Columbia, Missouri, USS Reuben James, Urbana, Illinois, USS Sun Tzu, West Fork, Arkansas, USS Sunflower, Augusta, Kansas, USS Umiak, St. Louis, Missouri, USS William Wallace, Joplin, Missouri. Region 13, Fleet Captain Kyle Fisher, USS Firebird, Markham, Ontario, USS Future Imperfect, Greeley, Michigan, USS Grand Petoskey, Grand Rapids, Michigan, USS Hatfield, Georgetown, Ontario, USS Magellan, Rowan-Noranda, Canada, USS Nomad, Huntsville, Ontario, Canada, Space Station North Star, Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, USS Sinclair, Oakland County, Michigan, USS Vector, Waterloo, Ontario. Region 15, Commodore Corey Grant, USS Ares IV, Boston, Massachusetts, USS Constitution, Boston, Massachusetts, USS Darwin, Brockton, Massachusetts, USS Dreadnought, Sanford, Maine, USS George Washington, Newport, Rhode Island, USS Helen Pawlowski, Warwick, Rhode Island, USS Hood, Nashua, New Hampshire, USS Lexington, Northeastern Massachusetts, USS Narragansett, Warwick, Rhode Island, USS Panther, Tiverton, Rhode Island, USS Rhode Island, Middletown, Rhode Island, USS Roger Williams, Providence, Rhode Island, USS Tang, Dover, New Hampshire. Region 17, General Brand Stimson, USS Oroshi, Orem, Utah, USS Alan Turing, Laramie, Wyoming, USS Pioneer, Denver, Colorado, USS Russell Cass, Greeley, Colorado, USS Tiburon, Denver, Colorado, USS Zebulon Pike, Colorado Springs, Colorado. Region 18, Fleet Captain Mauro Martins, USS Minerva, Guadalajara, Mexico, USS Omni Pathfinders, Sao Paulo, Brazil. Region 19, Fleet Captain Xiao Danzhou, USS Panda, Beijing, China. Region 20, Vice Admiral Richard Sams, USS Alba, Edinburgh, United Kingdom, USS Appleton, Bradford, United Kingdom, USS Boudica, Barnet, London, USS Caroline, Newtown Abbey, Ireland, USS Concord, Bristol, England, USS Cuchulainn, Dublin, Ireland, USS Liberty Bell, Dublin, Ireland, USS Merlin, Leytonstone, London, USS Raven, Hadley, United Kingdom, Space Dock Bubri, Stevenston, Ayrshire, Space Dock Birmingham, Birmingham, United Kingdom, USS Stargazer, Redcar, England.
All right, everyone. That was our annual roll call of chapters. Congratulations to all of our chapters who were mentioned today, old and new. It was great to see so many new names on the list that I hadn't seen before. So that is always wonderful news. And now we are going to show you a little preview of what's going to happen in IC 2021. All right, and now here to talk to us about IC 2021 is Rear Admiral Richard Graham. Richard, are you with us?
I'm here.
All right. We can hear you
All
just
right.
fine.
Great. Want everybody to show. This is a first for Tallahassee. Linda pushed me into it, and since I live here, I want everybody to know that Tallahassee is out of the way, but we have a great place where we're going to meet. If you saw the picture, it's a round Holiday Inn. Well, it used to be called the Round Holiday Inn. Us locals still call it that. But the Sheridan Four Points has it. Everybody has a view. They have great things. The food is one of the best. One of the best restaurants in town. And if you see it, the menus on there are fantastic. There are many places to go and see. If you get here early and stay late. Yeah. Down the road, there's a state museum which has the history of Florida, from prehistory to the local. We have San Luis Mission from the Spanish era, which they've done. And one of the other big areas, one of the local, we're going to say, millionaires, he had to build a building for his car collection. And in this collection, there's the couple Batmobiles, motorcycles, and things in there, plus all the old cars. He's got baseball cards and all this kind of stuff. So there's a lot of stuff to do in Tallahassee. We're just kind of out of the way. We're kind of one of the treasures of Florida. They come. We're don't know what else. They say we do have an international airport, so you can fly in here. And you can don't worry about Uber or anything like that. Somebody will come out and pick you up if you need to be picked up. We're really looking forward to it. Like I said, that's right. We don't have a schedule yet, but if you go to the IC2021.com, you will get information on there. Hopefully everything will clear out. We're still a fairly safe place to visit here in Florida. No, we're not South Florida. So knock on wood, everything will be cleared out next year. Does anybody have?
So what we're going to do with questions is if you can use the raise hand function in your Zoom. If you have a question, I will unmute you, and we'll do that. So if any. Ooh.
Oh, that's Linda.
do we know how much that price is?
Like I said, the first price was $42. $5 rollback. Okay, yeah, okay.
$5. That's a pretty healthy discount.
$42. Okay, that's the original. Okay, next 2 days, people can sign up.
Okay, so does anybody have any other IC questions? We'll give you a minute to use the raise hand function. And Great. Russell, I'm gonna unmute you, and then I'm gonna unmute Mark. So
Yeah, it's not a suggestion, Steve. It's happening. I've already got it set up. You're good to go. So I had a question on in the area of Tallahassee near the venue. Is there areas like maybe the potential of renting like a larger house for the course of the weekend? I know some places they allow you to, places allow you to rent like a furnished house. Is that something that happens there in Tallahassee, or?
There are a few B&Bs and stuff. Just there's quite a few other, local hotels up here too. In June, isn't slow. The colleges aren't in there now, but they're out. And Tallahassee is pretty slow during the summer. So we'll have to look into that and see if there's houses or something that you could get. Yeah.
great. Thank you. Thank you for that. And Mark, we're gonna unmute you now.
Good afternoon, friends. General Mark H. Anbinder, USS Chiberia. Great to see all of you pseudo in person. And thank you to Jeff and the rest of the crew putting this together. This is amazing. I'm going to comment for Russell's sake that it's possible, and we'll have to ask the IC organizers what their arrangements are with the hotel, but it's possible that if people opt to stay somewhere other than at the event hotel, we may lose out on some potential benefits of having more rooms within the hotel sold. So I'll just put that out there and let them chime in as they see fit. But I already looked at some airfares, and Google is showing flights as inexpensive as $186 round trip from Ithaca to Tallahassee for that weekend. So I'm looking forward to seeing all of you there.
That's good. That's good.
And I'm done. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mark. We're gonna go to Frank next.
Hello, I was just wondering, can we register for the IC this weekend and then choose our meals and all that later on? Or do we have to do everything at the same time? Okay, thank you.
And Gene, we're gonna have you pop in next with your question.
My main question is because the IC, unfortunately, for 2021 would make the 6th convention I had in June to be at. Will there be a donation button on the website so some of us who can't be in Tallahassee because we're in Reno or we're somewhere else can donate to get a pie in the face for the CS?
Ooh.
I've been on the same page as the chairman, so I need to share.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't think we have any other hands up for that. So thank you, Richard, and we can't wait to see what's going to happen with IC 2021.
All right. Yeah, I'll be here next year.
Got to get your chassis to Tallahassee. We're now going to take a look at our next set of award nominees. All right. And that brings us to one of our finest traditions in Starfleet. We wanted to, even virtually, be able to honor our fallen members by presenting the Starfleet Final Mission.
We are gathered here to pay final respect to our honored dead. The lasting memory of their presence will be with us always. We place in memorial the names of our beloved friends. We wish our comrades further winds as they depart our universe for the next, on one final mission.
Captain Robert DiMatteo. Captain Jane Fisher. Commodore Robin Fleming. Fleet Admiral Brant T. Hetherington. Ambassador Carolyn Irwin. Captain David A. Roberts. Commodore D.J. Powers. Lieutenant Elizabeth A. Rauba. Vice Admiral John Sprouse. Lieutenant Stephen Gill. Captain Emil C. Jackson. Private Timothy Joshua Bland. Master Chief Petty Officer Gene Spillers. Crewman Max Triola Sr. Fleet Captain Charles Flowers. General James Monroe. Senior Chief Petty Officer Lee McClendon. Rear Admiral Todd Brugmans. Lieutenant Ponch Fenwick. First Lieutenant James Connolly. Colonel John Wagner. Colonel Mickey C. Bishop. Staff Sergeant Carl Castile. Lieutenant Colonel Chris Gibson. Petty Officer Second Class Yvonne Kettering Jennings. Vice Admiral Robert Chin. Captain Stephen Seidlinker. Criola Catherine Johnson. Sir Ian Holm Cuthbert, CBE. Annie Margaret Glenn. Barbara March. Aaron Eisenberg. Michael John Pollock, Jr. Dorothy Catherine D.C. Fontana. Robert Walker, Jr. Renee Murat Aubergenois. Richard Hurd. Judy Duenmeyer. Grant Imahara.
And we wanted to give a special thanks to not just DJ O'Brien, but to Russell Camp, who put that amazing video together. So thank you to both of you for celebrating our dearest blood. And now we go from having memories of our members to celebrating our members with this year's award winners.
Next,
All right, everybody, those are our annual award winners. So congratulations to all of our winners today. We did want to make an announcement for everybody. The login information for the international muster at 3 p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Eastern has changed. That will be posted about 15-20 minutes out to try to prevent what occurred here earlier. So we're going to that information is changed for that, and just keep an eye on the Facebook and the lists to try to do that. So that should be posted prior to the session. Now we have our mini Meet the Brass session. We have about 30 minutes scheduled. So I am going to unmute our EC members that we know are with us. And I'm going to unmute Tony here. And if you have a question, please use the raise hand function and we will unmute you.
Well, that was easy.
And just so you know, after this session, we're going to take a half-hour break, but we're going to ask you not to log out of your Zoom. You could stay logged in unless you're going over to the international muster. If you're staying for us for the final 2 sessions, you can keep yourself logged in. But we've got this time for your questions now. So.
That's the truth.
We've got Russell, I'm sorry, I lowered your hand without hitting your unmute. Give me 1 second to get to you in the list. You should have gotten that request to unmute. There you go.
I'm actually looking to see if I'm not.
We can hear you.
That's weird. I can't hear anything on through my replay. But I'm not sure if Jeff is in or not. I was actually checking because if not, have Eric pull in for comms.
I was just in the process of unmuting everybody. I know he was here. He may have dropped off. So
yeah, he dropped off. So grab Eric Johansson or Johansson. He'll jump in. All right, that was it.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, hello.
We can hear you.
Good stuff. So you're asking me a meaning of life questions? What?
We have our leadership here. Somebody must have a question, or I'm going to start calling on people. Don't make me do the professor thing. Don't make me do that. I don't want to be at work.
All right, let's show it actually is a STARFLEET hat. There we go.
Hey, Steve, I got a question for you. So when is the database going to be up? No, he already answered it. Actually, I have a question. I think it goes under both the financial office and ops. Has there ever been any consideration of taking the quartermaster and making it more of a regional, and then making the fleet quartermaster more of a stock house for the regions? So the main quartermaster would be in charge of like where everything gets ordered from, and then the regions would contact that quartermaster and say, hey, I need this much of this much of this much of this, and the region point of it takes control and actually pays instead of having everything at the fleet level.
No other questions? Give me 1 second.
Is Mark Adam Miller trying to get our attention too, or is he waving at something else?
All right, Sarah, you're unmuted.
Monster maroon. Yep, it's a hoodie.
Oh, is it a hoodie? Oh, that's nice.
Activities do you want to do for school? So the ones that I look at, they have cooking classes. I hope that works for you here. You want to see the back? You want to see the back? No, it's still just a part of the same.
Yeah, it's pretty slick.
They're screen printed and super comfortable.
I've had them for like most of the series at this point. And we actually have a couple of questions that have come in. Okay, so we're gonna mute them back, and we're gonna go to Chris. We're asking you to unmute now. Chris, are you? Okay, Chris, there you are.
Oh, there he is.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Good. This one's actually for the communications folks. I didn't catch everything about the new series. I caught the announcement it was coming out, but I didn't catch everything else about it. And I was just wondering if they could go back over that again.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
That Starfleet at large that's coming out. I caught that it was coming out, but I didn't catch quite everything about it. I was just wondering if you could go back over that again. Or just wondering, I should say.
Geez, I was sort of tagged at the last possible second here, and I'm not up to par with everything. You might have to watch the.
Eric, I'll jump in because that one's directly in my on my purview. So Starfleet at Large it's going to be formed like a news show.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to have a news anchor like a host. The idea of it is to spotlight the chapters and regions of Starfleet.
Mm-hmm.
So basically what we're looking to do is each month we're going to take a chapter or a region or a Marine Strike Unit or Marine Expeditionary Unit or Marine Strike Group, and we're going to kind of put them on spotlight. We're going to go over things like what they've been doing in their local area, like any fundraising or charitable donations they've been doing. Once we get out of this crisis, conventions they've been going to, such and the like, doing interviews with their staff, their captains, even just down to just regular crew members, reasons why they like being in that chapter, reasons why they like being in Starfleet. It's kind of a run through of something that used to be in the communique years ago that I recalled was they would do a member spot or a chapter spotlight. So we're going to go through and do that. But like I said, it's not just going to be only chapters. We're going to go through Marine expeditionary units that aren't attached to ships. We're going to be going to entire regions and talking to their staffs. That's kind of the idea that Jeff and I and a number of other people who are involved with it had. Does that answer your question? Or?
That sure does. I appreciate it. Thank you. Y'all be hearing from Columbia.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Russ.
All right, guys. Our next question is coming from Tiffany. We're gonna unmute you, and there you go.
Bit of a follow-up for our comms guys and gals. Did you summon me, boss? Oh, I've been on the whole time. I've just had my video off. Do we have a schedule for those of us that like to plan our watching what the shows, when the shows will be on? I know we do After Dark on Mondays.
Oh, I'm unmuting Russell. Give me a second. There we go.
So go over the question again. Sorry, I have like billions of people like messaging me. So what was the exact question again?
Do we have a firm schedule when each of the shows will be on? I know After Dark's on Mondays. I'm still kind of fuzzy when AMA pops up.
So AMA is the standard AMA is last Tuesday of every month. So and then the third Sunday is the internet, or third Sunday is the international AMA, which is keyed more towards the outside the United States membership. Icons is going to be kind of up and down. It's going to be all over the place in the month. It's going to be based more on the people we get on their schedule. So like, for example, Jug Drexler, he's good between noon and 3 Pacific Standard Time on Saturday and Sundays. That's it. But other people have voiced that they have different available times. So Icons is going to be based on that. Starfleet at large, we haven't determined yet. We're still in the early phases of designing programming and what exactly we're going to be doing for that. So we're still in basically pre-production for Starfleet at large. And
any plans to do shows with other departments to do check-ins with them?
That's going to be part of Starfleet at large. Like I said, I mentioned region and chapter. It's also going to go to the fleet. So it'll kind of be all over the place. The next guest that I have lined up currently, unless you did something that you didn't tell me about, is Robert Picardo, and I just sent him a message to confirm whether or not he's still good with that date, and that's in September.
I don't know. I don't know that he's horrible at all.
Actually, yeah, I was gonna say Icons is going to be Zoom. So Icons will be Zoom. It will be broadcast through StreamYard though. So.
And Russell, did you have an additional question too?
No, wait,
okay.
I didn't raise my hand. You added me.
Oh, when I was unmuting, I must have raised your hand accidentally. Apologies there.
I was like, you added me. What? All right.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Oh, okay. Absolutely. Let's do that. TJ, we're sending you the unmute. There you go. I hope.
Yeah, I'll stay on because I have a question for him, but I'll wait my turn.
All right, TJ, you should be on.
Hello, everyone.
We can hear you.
Start off with mine, I guess.
Go ahead.
So, TJ, I have a question. So, as with any update that you're being told to do, like the update with the Moodle and getting all the courses in compliant with the form factor, one of my questions is, inevitably, schools will probably be put on basically dry dock. They'll be great. If those directors aren't going to take the time to update their class load to the Moodle or whatever to make it compliant with what we need, is there going to be, what type of action is the academy going to take? Are they going to take a course towards getting the school back up and running as quickly as possible, or are they going to try to work as much as possible with the directors?
With the director and assistant director, one of them has to be able to do their job. If they don't, then I will get someone in there after I shut the school down to do the job, get it corrected, and then it should be back up. It's not one of those where it closed down and stay closed.
Gotcha. Awesome.
And TJ, did you want to give your update, and then we'll get to the questions from Philip and Deborah, who've been waiting patiently?
Sure. The biggest update is we do have the Starfleet data protection policy. And we went through, worked with Tony and Compops, as well as myself, which both of us were probably one of the bigger ones. And Carol looked at it. So we got 2 courses out there. More policies that come down, dealing with the protection for data protection, the more schools will be, or more courses will be open. If they take Udemy or Allison course in the GDPR, we do have where you get a pass credit on another course number for that. But we do recommend you take 101 and 102 even on top of that, because there's more than just the GDPR out there. We also got the SFMCA PDFs put into Moodle. We are working on the next step, which is get their courses into Moodle, where you could take the course through Moodle. And then we're looking at the updates of schooling. I'm actually trying to get the College of Law Enforcement Resources reopened, because that's been closed for quite a while. I've got people looking at that, getting the courses set up. I'm looking at other colleges that is either been shut down or has a chance to maybe be revived. We're also looking at new stuff that people are sending us, getting that through CDC if it needs be. If it's something that's like way out in left field, we won't touch it. We want to try to get some good stuff out there for everyone first. Anything else?
Okay. Thank you for that. Next, going back to our questions, we're going to go to Philip Cox.
Wow.
Philip, can you hear us?
Yep, can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Perfect. Sorry about that. My question is in general for all the EC. What are your biggest challenges EC members that you're facing now, and what can membership in general do to kind of help you tackle those?
Give me 1 second, Philip. Let me unmute you again.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Perfect. The question is for each of the EC members. What are the biggest challenges that each department, I guess you can say, is facing right now? And what can we as membership do to kind of help with that?
He did drop out for a second, so.
I think the biggest one at the moment is the site and the lack of support that we've got right now. We're actually, like I mentioned, we're actually looking to move. We're reviewing I'm about to start reviewing a second host for us to move to. Seriously, at the moment, that's my biggest. I mean, I constantly get complaints about mail and performance, and Moodle's slow, and Moodle needs to be upgraded, and really it all tied up on getting off of Site 5. I mean, Site 5. And I was just chatting briefly with Laura in the background. Site 5, and everybody else says the same thing. Site 5 used to be really good, but you know, they've just seriously gone downhill. I mean, even Steven hates it. Yeah, so that's my biggest challenge right now is getting off of Site 5 and someplace that we can actually see. Even my dog hates it. Even getting somewhere with that that's really got to be, you know, to help us out, you know, and actually give us support. And the reason the first host fell through was I would send them a list of questions and they would answer one or two of them. I'd send back another list of questions, and again, they would only answer one or two of them. You know, they'd ignore questions. They'd give me vague answers. They'd, you know, not respond for days. You know, it was just a real giant pain in the ass for a couple of weeks there. And so finally, I called it and finally said, okay, I'm done. You know, to me, that's just a testament. You know, if I'm asking these questions, trying to see if, you know, you're a host that I want to go to, you know, why would you treat me like that? Why wouldn't I get the Cadillac service? You know, so it didn't bode well for supportability in the future. So we're falling, like I said, we're falling back and looking at another host at the moment. So I mean, at the moment that's my biggest challenge, really. Yeah.
Same here too.
Part of it, and unfortunately, part of it is the host, and part of it is our cert. You know, the Site 5, the way they're validating the certs, you know, through to Komodo it's having problems, and you know we've seen that. I've actually seen it in action, and have opened up a ticket and told them, and they said no, I don't see any problem, and I would send them the error messages in the certification handshake, and still days before I would get responses. So I mean, it's just really, and I know it's a problem, and I know this is my biggest heartburn right now is, you know, just trying to get off of Site 5 because they don't care. They're not responding to our requests for help, and they're not, you know, there's not I don't know if they're outsourcing their expertise or what. I mean, when we first moved Moodle, remember we had, you know, weeks where Moodle was down. I mean, I know Steve remembers that. And it turned out there was a DNS issue. I mean, and I was telling them, you have a DNS issue. No, everything's fine. We don't see a problem. I was like, no, you have a DNS issue. I'm telling you, I'm not asking you. And I couldn't, yeah. And it's just, I mean, it's ridiculous. So yeah, so that's my biggest heartache is the site and getting to a new site. So hopefully soon, knock on wood.
Hello. Oh, sorry. What was the question? I think the biggest headache we have these days is, let's say a CO will invite their entire crew. They'll send we'll get like 50 or 60 invites. The problem is that when the for invites for the Facebook members only page, that none of the invitees get to see the questions that we need answered. I think it really, it's like, do we have your permission to look you up? It's because the people to be added have to be members, and the only way we can actually check that is to look at the database. And I know it's rambling on. Sorry. We still need their explicit permission to look them up in the database. So if they don't answer that one question, we kind of have to decline the ad request. That's the biggest one. Is invites.
The biggest thing with us is we have a bunch of vacancies. We have colleges that needs to move forward, but there's there's a vacancy, and I've got no one to fill it. I've actually went through put a limit on everyone of how many colleges they can actually run because people were getting burned out and not answering emails properly and so forth. So if we could get more people that is willing to step up, do the courses that we need them to do so they could take and hold the position and run the college, that means that we can actually work on trying to get stuff for other people that needs to be out there.
Okay. I know we have a bunch of questions in queue, guys. We only have about 10 minutes because we do want to give everybody a short break. So we're going to go to, I think we can go to Deborah next. So.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm fairly new. I've only been a member for a little over 5 months. And I'm wondering, I've earned several Boothby Awards. And I don't know if I need to do something to get those, or because I haven't actually got anything. And I'm just not sure how that works.
I know the answer to that one. I think that the fact that they're waiting for the database to come back online.
Okay.
It's every 50 courses you complete, you get a Boothby Award.
Right.
I think I've got like 60 of them or something like that. So yeah, I know whereof I speak. I think when it comes back on, I'll be getting 6 of them. So because I went from 27 something or other to just over 3,000. So yay! Huge fan of the Academy.
And that is the true answer. We are waiting for the database because right now we're housing the spreadsheet of the people with the grades. We just don't have a way to put them into the database yet. As soon as that happens and Tony gives us the go ahead, you may end up start getting a bunch of Boothbys.
Okay, that's fine.
This was a holdover from the problems we had with the PHP upgrade that happened back in December. I think it's mostly fixed. I've got to test it out and make sure. And then I've asked the academies to make sure that they track track all the grades and whatnot and awards. They've put together a Google document so that I can just take that information and then just import it all back into the database once everything is up and running. So it just, yet again, something on the list that needs to get done.
Excellent. Our next question is from Mark Adam Miller.
Hello, folks. My question deals with the Starfleet database policy quizzes that's coming. I know there's going to be a panel later, but my real true question about this is, how is this stacking up against what needs to be done to be legal? That's what I'm not understanding, how these quizzes is enough, because when it was first introduced to me, it's like these people were taking our courses that are to be able to do this. And we've put it down, and it seems like a little smaller chunk.
Yeah, so when we wrote our let me back up. I'll take a step back from that question. When we wrote our policy, we actually, and this is the reason why it was GDPR and now it's not GDPR. I was not as vehement in the last round of reviews. To be honest, I barely got to it in saying, hey, this isn't just GDPR, because it's not just GDPR. We have all countries' data privacy policies that we have to follow. In the United States, we've got COPA and what are the other alphabet soup laws that we have to follow? In the European Union, it's GDPR. In Australia, it was, I'm sure Greg would tell me if I was looking at that chat window. So when we wrote it, we actually looked to make sure that we wrote our Starfleet privacy policy to accommodate all of them. For instance, the definition of a minor in our data policy just happens to coincide with the GDPR policy, because the GDPR policy is the one that is I think that was the one that had the highest age as a minor. So because we had to be able to meet, again, we needed to be able to meet everybody's privacy policy, right? Because we've got people from all over the world, and having a privacy policy that only applied to you by country was not very practical at all. So we made sure to try to write our policy as encompassing as we could. I do have some things that I need to update it with, so those will come out soon. When something that we've had on the books for a while is we have people in our database that have an elevated level of access higher than a member, than a regular member, right? I mean, as a regular member, you don't really have a lot of access to things outside of your own personal information. As a matter of fact, I don't think you have access to anything outside your personal information. But when you start to step into higher level positions, your chapter or regional coordinators, stuff like that. You start getting higher and higher levels of access in the database. You as somebody with this higher level of access, you, number one, have to know what you are being held accountable for with this higher level of access. And you have to understand our data protection policy, and you have to meet our data protection policy and have to understand the penalties of that data protection policy, not only for you, but for the organization as a whole. I mean, we're held, I mean, if we have a violation sent to GDPR and GDPR decides, okay, Starfleet, this is like your third time, we've had enough, here's your fee, we're done, we're through, there will be no more Starfleet. It is so high. I mean, we're talking millions of dollars as a fee for violating GDPR. So,
I mean, fine?
Yeah, yeah, as a fine, yeah. Gosh, you derailed me. So we have the policy. So we have to be able to have everybody that has this level of access be aware of our data policy. And that's what this course is. It's to make you aware of the Starfleet data policy and make sure that you are following the data policy, right? And actually making sure that you protect private information, you know, members' private information, et cetera, et cetera. And that's what this course is, you know, it's not teaching you GDPR. It's not teaching you COPA. It's not, you know, it's not teaching you these various other, I mean, there's courses out there that you can go take. And I think there's links that direct you to some of these other courses that you can take for this stuff. But it's to make you aware of our data policy and make sure that you're, you know, you are aware of what your responsibilities as a, you know, somebody with a higher level of access in our database, or not even our database. I mean, keep in mind that it encompasses other sites inside of Starfleet that record member information, names, addresses, phone numbers, you know, whatever it is. So that's what these courses are. So as far as the legality, it's only to make you aware of the data policy, make sure that you're following the data policy, and make sure that you know what your responsibilities are inside of that. Does that answer your question?
It partially answered my question. I'm just, you know, I'm always, because like you said, there's so many different policies out there, the European, and I'm just wondering what would happen if, you know, Vatula has some weird policy where you can't give the income of email, and it's only in their country that happens, and they find our one chapter doing that, and they try to fine us. Do we have some repercussions to saying, hey, we've got this policy, we are following, but, you know, you're so different from what is normal out there, how can you fine us, type of thing? That's what, because like we are an international thing, and I'm like, how does that affect with international law? Do we have a grace period of saying, hey, look, yeah, we're trying to follow it, but you're being a little crazy in us following this type of thing?
Well, like I said, I mean, we did, I did review the ones that I could find, the ones that actually had one. To be honest, if there is some country, some rogue country out there that has some weird policy like that, we, you know, first of all, we don't know about it. You know, I don't, and I guess, I mean, it is a good chance to poll our you know, our membership at large. I mean, membership at large, I don't know how many people we got on here, 155 out of some 4,000, 5,000 people. But, you know, I mean, if there are shortcomings in the policy, I mean, please let me know. I'm not perfect, you know, and I wrote it. The AB board at the time reviewed it. I mean, I think it's still mostly the same AB board, maybe 30% different, but, you know, I mean, the AB board reviewed it. You know, we went through a couple of revisions, you know, a couple of rounds of making sure that we had something that covered us. Even at the time, our lawyer, you know, took a peek at it and said that they couldn't find anything wrong with it, you know, but they weren't that, you know, they weren't like giving their blessing to it or anything like that either, because, you know, I mean, for obvious reasons. Like
that would
so,
cost $1,000 to get their blessing on it.
what's that?
It probably cost us $1,000 or $2,000.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's exactly what it was going to be. Was, you know, hey, we had to cough up money in order to get it, you know, to get their official stance on it. So,
okay.
Yeah, so we're gonna have some new ones. Yeah.
Okay.
And I've never felt that the GDPR is going to be a static document. I mean, it always has to change, and that's, you know, that's one of the reasons why, you know, we've got to have a location for it, and we do. You know, it's out there. I am going to make an official. I mean, I said GDPR and I misspoke. I apologize, but you know, we're going to have like a URL leak specifically for the data privacy policy, so that you know, that's the location, and that will always be the location of the data privacy policy.
And for more of this, we're going to have the session in about 15 minutes.
Okay.
On the GDPR data processing section. I think we have 15 minutes left before we're going to move to those sessions. So I think, unfortunately, we're not going to get to the rest of the questions because we do want to give folks a chance to take a short break. But Eric, do you have something?
I have one question. Will that session be taped or recorded? Because we're going to lose all the Marines here as they go to their muster.
We can do that.
Okay. Because I'm one of the Marines who's going to be leaving.
Me too. Has the new address been posted yet?
I'm not sure that is that's Jerry, but I know he's on it. So
where would it be posted? I mean,
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, perfect then. So we're in good shape then. Ray just posted it in the SFMC Starfleet group as well. So, so there we go. So what we're going to do is if you're going over to the muster, you can do so now. If you're going to stay in this room, we just recommend don't leave and come back. Just hang out here for 15 minutes. We're going to put on some music while we're on the break. And we'll see you back here at 4 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Central, and the rest of you can do the math.
Bye, all.
Thanks, everyone.
I can't leave. I'm as much a Marine as you are. Oh. Yes, Kimasabi. I'll see you there.
the general session was, that this is built to keep it more organized and hopefully have less interruptions than we had before. So if you have any questions, sorry for the background noise, that's my daughter. So if you have any questions, go ahead and there's a Q&A panel. If you have any questions to ask them there. If you have any just general chat, you can use the chat. Other than that, that's all I got. I'll turn it over to Ray.
All righty, Aaron. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. Not sure where everybody's at, but hopefully everybody's all right. And let me see how to do the screen share real quick. Mouse here. All right, hopefully everybody can see this. Welcome to the 2020 International Virtual Muster. So hopefully everybody be all right. Let's do we got everybody on staff here. So let me just do a quick introduction. If this thing works. You know me, Lieutenant General Ray Cordero. We have also our DEPDOT, Brigadier General Brian Allen, the Sergeant Major, Steve Sardison. Then we have FORCECOM, Major General Dom Garrison. InfoCom, Mark Anderson, General. And of course, TRACOM, Major General Shane Russell. All right, say wave, everybody wave, that way they know you're here. I know we can't see you, Steve, but that's all right. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna go through the briefs real quick. So that way we can get to the end where make the announcements of the winners and of course the Q&A section. So just give me a moment here. All right, for me, I'm gonna talk, these are, if you can see it, these are just bullet points real quick. Name policy, new policy for naming ribbons. As you know, our ribbons had names on them. But after speaking with a few, we've decided to use the ribbons as a memorial for those who passed. So starting this year, in the next couple of weeks, we're gonna be asking for nominations for names for certain awards of those to honor the Marines and the Corps that passed for everything they've done. All right, it's gonna take a while, but hopefully we can get some good names and memorialize all our people. All right. GDPR is the second topic. Everybody knows about it. If you were at the IC, they spoke about it at the Q&A. They had a few questions about it. Plain and simple. You are a unit OIC, DOIC, battalion OIC, DOIC, brigade OIC, DOIC, right? TRACOM has directors that have to see information, those directors, right? InfoCom, anybody on the InfoCom, on the FORCECOM, like the brigade OICs we talked about, anybody who has more than members access needs to take this course. Yeah, you know, it was the 90-day period. You need to take this course. If you do not take this course, after those 90 days, you may not have a position anymore. All right, we're doing this. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. It's got to be done. All right. This, I don't want to hear about, oh, it's an hour long if you read it and take the 2 exams. It's an hour long. Doesn't take that much. It's pretty simple. Very true, false, multiple choice, open book. It's an open book exam. I've actually taken a GDPR course last year, which was not open book. That's much longer. This one, pretty simple. Plain and simple, take the course. And if you wish to, in the future, have a position, might as well take it now and get it over with. It's an easy course and it goes with your booth B numbers. All right. So next topic, annual unit audits. As you know, we're already in August.
We only have like another 4 months for the December reports. Make sure you have your unit list complete. Everybody who's on your roster has to be on there. All the information is correct, it's updated, and we need it. We're only doing it once a year now, and December is the big one. We want to make sure everything is up to date. Just remember that. So, pretty simple. Next one, reaching out to the GF staff. I'm bringing this up because, like today, I think I've gotten maybe 30 to 40 IMs. It's hard to track. And I know these guys here sometimes get multiple IMs. Sometimes they miss. You got to understand, we're either at work or we're family or everything else. Best way to reach out to us is, of course, the emails. And Infocom Mark will talk a little bit more about that with the emails. But best way to get us is through the emails and also on the SFMC page on Facebook. We always are on there. We'll probably see it and we'll reply back. Sending us IMs or trying to call or anything, we get missed. Apologize, but we do have lives on the outside of fleet. So just remember that. Just be a little courteous and give us some time. Remember, there's 6 of us. So if one can't be reached, if I can't be reached, Brian can be reached, or one of the other guys will be able to be reached, and they'll get a word to whoever you're trying to reach out to. All right. Next one, uniform reminders. January 1st, the salt and peppers are gone. No ifs, ands, or buts. We're working on getting updates. We got pretty good ones. Brian will discuss more on the uniform policies and everything else, but just want to remind you that salt and peppers will be gone. We have the new Picard. That's a good option to use. And we also have, plenty of other ones that are on the MFM and not the MFM, the new uniform manual and on the website. So you have 2 choices. Okay, next one is voluntary reporting. Right? Of course, we have Toys for Tots coming up, which our Sergeant Major will be discussing some more. And there's other projects he'll discuss some more, but we need to know what you guys did, right? It helps us with the awards, nominations, which the Sergeant Major has taken upon himself to do a little discussion on that one, because I'll say this much, this year was not a great year for nominations. We didn't have good quality or even enough. So we really need to, the brigade OICs out there, you guys need to be hammering everyone for nominations. All right, we need to get that improved. And also, for the December and the February reports, we need that updated. We really did need everything that was done because that's during the big holiday season for the Marines. So if you guys did something, your unit, as a unit or as individual Marines, we need that information. All right, just make sure you update and tell us everything. Now, I have here, it says here awards announcements. We're going to wait till afterwards. We're going to make you guys wait. All right, because we got other stuff. So yeah, I'm going to make you guys wait. All right, and then we'll, any questions, of course, there'll be the Q&A. So again, I know I probably went a little bit too fast, but I want to give everybody a chance here to talk and everything else. So thank you again for coming in. Thank you for being able to join us. And please don't forget in the chats, if you haven't already, make sure you put your name and your brigade on there so we can cross-reference it to the pre-registration list. All right. So hopefully everybody's doing that. And At the end, we'll do the Q&A, right? And I believe the next in order would be the DEPDOT. Brian?
Hey, everybody. First of all, I'd like to thank everybody for attending today. It looks like we have 109 participants. That is awesome. That is probably the largest muster I've ever been to. So this may be setting a trend for the future. As you know, ever since January, the Office of the Deputy Commandant has been pretty busy. And some of the projects that we took on, this was before the turn of the year, that we took on was updating our manuals, specifically updating 3 operational manuals. And Infocom, Mark's going to talk about manuals more in depth a little bit later. I just wanted to kind of touch on these 3 manuals because they're pretty much our living, breathing general guiding manuals. And the first one obviously is the MFM, the Marine Force Manual. Does everybody remember the old manual? It had everything in it. It was probably about 150 pages long. What we decided to do was to break that thing out into 2 manuals. And the MFM, as it stands now today, covers the membership handbook for SFI and contains information on the general staff, the way that units are formed, basic terminology, stuff like that, and our awards. The uniforms are stripped out and put into their own manual, the Uniform Policies and Guidelines Manual. And I'll speak on that here in a second. I want to talk more about the MFM. The MFM, even though it just was revised, it's being revised again, actually updated. And the reason for that is I believe it was February, we had an awards working group sit down and go back through all the criteria for our awards. What we did in that working group was tear apart each of the criteria, make sure it made sense, took out words that were extraneous, kind of broadened some of the criteria so that it would, more folks at the brigade level could compete for awards at the corps level. And we also changed up, like Ray was saying, some of the names. We stripped some of the names off the awards, and we're going to be looking at those in even more detail in the near future and renaming those awards. So keep an eye out for that new updated Marine Force Manual to come out very soon. Right now I'm messing with the formatting, and I have to send it over to Mark, and maybe he can help me get everything on the right page, and just keep an eye out for that. The second one, the Uniform Policies and Guidelines. I've noticed there are a lot of those uniform manuals hanging around out there, and not everybody's reading from the same book. So what I did yesterday is I put an updated date on the front of the manual and also included that into the file name. Now those have been, or that manual has been uploaded to the Facebook page. It also has been uploaded or will be uploaded to the website. And go to those two places, Marines. Go pick up one of those manuals, and please, by all means, share them with other Marines who don't have the capability to get online to get those manuals. Print them out one. If they have a computer, hand over to them. They can obviously open it up in a PDF viewer and view that. The last one I'm going to talk about real quick is our Command Policy and General Staff Manual. That is our lifeblood on how we do things in the Corps. I urge everybody to go and read that. Up front, what you'll see all the policies that we tried to take and put together in some kind of sensical fashion and give them numbers. So when we refer to policy 2-10, which I believe, or 2.10, which I believe is the heraldry policy, you can go to the manual, search for 2.10, and it automatically come up for you. So we tried to put that into some kind of a sensical listing so that folks could easily reference those policies. one thing to remember about any of our manuals, they're all living documents. They're all changing all the time. We're flexing and with the AB and Starfleet International. Anytime that they make a change, we have to go back and look through our manuals to make sure that we flex and we pick up that change and put it into our manuals and get those out to you. They have been proofed, even though there are typos in there. I'm telling you, they have been proofed 5, 6, 7, 8 times. But there's still going to be typos or format issues in there. And just give us a holler, let us know, and we'll get those fixed, and we'll just update the files as soon as we can after that. I tried to send out a uniform update. We did add the card 2399 uniform to the manual. As you can tell, I'm wearing it right now. The announcement wouldn't go over the listserv, still wouldn't go over. Not a big deal. The manuals are loaded onto the Facebook page and will be on the website here, most tick. But what I wanted to mention about uniforms, and I think, yeah, the additions, uniform additions, changes, and phase outs, uniform proposals, folks, send them in. Anything you want. If you want to, change something on a uniform, send a proposal forward. Send it to myself. That's my SFI email. And what I'll do is I'll make sure it's in good form, and I'll push it up to the GS. And I mean, we've looked at everything. We've looked at Australian bush hats with the slouches with the side kicked up on the sides. We looked at an enterprise uniform. We looked at what else was it? Scrubs, I believe, the scrub shirt. If there's anything that you think that should be taken from a local uniform to an official uniform, send it up. Okay. Phase outs. Ray already mentioned it. January 1st, 2021. There will be no more mess white uniform, and that's what we call the salt and pepper. It's actually the mess white uniform. That's going away. Okay, it's been referred to as the bus driver uniform, the mall cop uniform. It's being phased out per Commandant's directive, so it's going away. That's why we added the Picard uniform here. We have other uniforms that are relatively inexpensive and you could wear. And I see a question comes up: why are they being phased out? Because they're too military. I'm sorry. I can throw up a picture of where I was in my class Bs when I was in the service, make it a black and white photo, and it looks just like the salt and peppers. So we're not going for that. We're a Star Trek club. We're trying to get back to our Trek roots. Oh, that's cost effective. Okay, we'll hit this up in the questions and answers later. But they are being phased out. Big thing I'll touch on is open positions in the Deputy Dan office. Actually, I just filled the last position. I believe he's online with us today. Charles Grew, the Grew is coming on as our heraldry officer. So I've really got to do a lot of work to get him on board, get him onboarded and get him in the files. Heraldry is our mottos, our logos, and our unit names. And what we have to do is we have to make sure that we follow copyright and trademark law on those. Reference the command policy and general staff manual for everything you need to know about heraldry. I'm not gonna go into that right here because I know I'm running short on time. Ray's laughing right now. But I do have, if you want to help, I'm not saying that I don't have positions open. If you want to help, get a hold of me. I'll put you to work. I will put you to work. We have uniforms that we're trying to find, vendors for, manufacturers. We're trying to find badges and awards, and I can use all the hands I can get, to be honest. Now, post-IC projects. That MFM is going to be coming out. I'm looking for embroidered patches for the Class D utilities, primarily the BDU uniform, and I know I saw a comment there. we should strike the BDU uniform too. I'm looking for a vendor or manufacturer right now. I'm talking to one, but the problem is we want an online store. We don't want to buy them and try to stock them in the quartermaster. So I'm working with somebody right now. They're going over our graphics, and we're going to try to get some embroidered patches for those BDUs. Actual metals. What I'd like to try to find or create specifically for our two highest awards, the gold nebula and the silver nebula, is an actual hanging metal. Now I'm not talking about something that looks like something off a military uniform. If you can imagine Kirk in his dress uniform on the original series, it has that big thing. It looks like a loogie hanging down from his jacket. The best way I can describe it. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm going to try to do. Some type of draping award or hanging award. Battle streamers. This is something I've been kicking around. Commandant issues out what we call one-off challenges, like what we did with the blood drive, of creating an award or a battle streamer for units as a whole that participate in something like the blood drive. You know, you get you have 5 members and you get 4 members to go to the blood drive. You all give a half gallon of blood. The unit gets a battle streamer. Last thing I want to mention is, and I got to get off here. I know I'm running out of time. Spreadshirt store. I'm opening up a store, and I'm going to throw on there some swag. Now, imagine, if you will, a T-shirt that you can wear under this uniform. Now, see, I'm just wearing a black T-shirt, and it comes up almost perfectly. That says SFMC across the front of it, or old retro shirts that says like Andorian ski club, mountain ski club, or something like that. You know, it's got a picture of Andoria and a bunch of people skiing. Trying to get some HUA stuff out there, some embassy T-shirts, like if you did an embassy tour on Vulcan, something like that. You know, the Vulcan embassy guard. Trying to get some of those things out there. Also going to try to look at what we call war cups. War cups are something that we had in the military. Usually it was an old brass casing from around, but I think we'll try to keep it clean and go with some type of stein that has the SFMC logo on it and get it personalized with your call sign or something like that. So I'm trying to get those designs down too. I am going to leave it right there because I know I'm getting short on time, and I will wait until all the Q&As come up, or I will go through the chat and try to answer some of those. Sir, barring any questions from you.
Thank you, Brian. All right. All right. What do we got next? Let's see. CO ForceCom. Senor Tom, you available?
I am available. Thank you, sir. Hi, everybody. I know we'd much rather have an opportunity to do something like this face to face. We can see each other, but it's still fantastic to have everybody online. We can have some interaction this way, given very few other safe alternatives at the moment. I wanted to begin by speaking to the state of the Corps from a numbers standpoint. As of this morning, the Starfleet Marine Corps consists of 607 active duty Marines, with a further 627 in reserve. For those of you doing the math, that does mean that the total complement of the Starfleet Marine Corps at this moment is 1,234 Marines. Yes, there are 1, 2, 3, 4 Marines, which is amazing because I have the same combination on my luggage. There are 112 units currently active. There are 13 brigade headquarters currently active within the Corps as well. I know the subject has come up a lot on a variety of different communications from the CS's office, different, you know, when he does the Ask Me Anything and things in the subject database. What I would say is that I always advocate keeping a copy of your own records. There is no master record that FORSCOM or any other office at the Corps headquarters has. So while we don't believe there to be any pending issue, in the event that there would be something, it's always a good idea to keep a copy of your own items just to be safe. One thing I would like to speak to as far as things that we've seen in, that I've seen in reports over recent months, which has really been fantastic, is how many units have been, and chapters have been finding a way during this time to keep in touch with their members and keep them somehow engaged of one means or another, whether it be through, you know, online things through Discord or having a Zoom meeting or those types of things. And I just want to call that out, that that is absolutely fantastic in keeping in touch with our fellow Marines, particularly within our units, but even at the brigade level occasionally as well, is a fantastic way to help make sure that we get through this type of thing as unscathed as we possibly can. Particularly those of us, as obviously all these quarantines and shutdowns and things can be a stress just as far as getting through the day and living our lives the way we want to. You know, those of us with some other anxiety or other issues, just having that contact with our brothers and sister Marines and our friends throughout the fleet can be fantastic, just working through that. Obviously, you're here at this first ever virtual international muster. A number of brigades have already held virtual musters of their own. I've attended 3 of them myself. I had a fantastic time with all 3. Specifically, I'd like to take this opportunity to call out Major Robbie O'Brien, who's the commander of the 20th, Lieutenant General Paul Fest, who's the commander of the 15th, and Lieutenant General Ed Tunis, commander of the 3rd, for hosting some of these events. I had a great time with you guys. In particular, I wanted to call out that the 3rd did a great job with holding a panel about dress mess on their Friday night in place of actually holding a dress mess together. And that was, I think, a good opportunity for people to have an opportunity to learn about what a dress mess is and how much fun you can really have with that type of event. So I don't know of that many brigades that hold dress messes on a regular basis, but hopefully we'll start to see some of that as we start being able to get back together again in person soon. I'd like to see some of the other brigades start to follow suit on that. For those brigade commands who have not yet held a muster, I strongly encourage you to do so. If you're not sure where to begin or how to host a virtual event like this, I'm willing to help out wherever I can. I'm sure there are others around the Corps who have experience with this sort of thing who'd be willing to help you as well. As a reminder, everyone who attends a virtual muster qualifies for the award ribbon to match. If you're attending this muster, please ensure you complete the registration from the commandant that he sent out, the form. Make sure we know you're here so we can make sure you get it. That is obviously very important. And one thing I would like to say about the brigade muster ribbon is that, yes, you can attend as many musters as you like. You can get the ribbon once. That's it. So again, if you have questions about how to do those types of events, please reach out to me and I'll help you in any way that I can. The commandant's already spoken a bit about GPDR with the largest individual command within the Corps. I've kind of been speaking on the Corps' behalf in public about the requirements for this for a little bit. As the commandant said, and I would like to reiterate, if you are in any position within the Starfleet Marine Corps that gives you access to the database beyond your individual information, it is required that you complete these 2 courses. There's a 90-day timetable for that. That puts a deadline in October. So it's not like we're saying you have to have it tomorrow. It's you've got till October. But please don't wait till October. Get it done sooner than later. Brigade commanders have been briefed on how this is all going to work. The brigade commanders will be sending me their information to ensure that they are certified, and the brigade commanders will be responsible for ensuring that the units under them, as well as any other battalion commands that may be in use, are also qualified. Let's not leave this to the last minute, if at all possible. Additionally, any new units that are applying at this point, if you're going to send me a request for a unit activation, you're going to need to send me copies of your certificates for those 2 courses with your activation. There is no like, oh, well, we can give you time till later. At this point, if you have not already submitted an activation request, you will need to submit that with your activation. Reporting status. Ray is, the Commandant's already spoken a bit about reporting and how important it is. We made some modifications earlier this year to make it easier for the most part. And that major modification we made was to stop requiring, as the Commandant already spoke about, full rosters with every report. The intent of doing this was to allow the units to focus more on their activity and in reporting what their activity is, rather than the OIC spending a bunch of time copying a roster over. So please ensure that you are telling us what you are doing. We want to hear about your activity. We need to hear about your activity. As the Commandant commented on, the only full rosters we're going to ask for are going to be in the report. The unit reports due 1st December. Additionally, just so that you are aware, because I was going to keep it hush-hush, but then I started responding to emails. So that kind of put the cat out of the bag on that. Infocom worked with me back after the last reporting cycle ended. Scroll down, Tom, say the words individually. Now I'm getting copies on all the individual unit reports so that I can see the total of everything that we're getting. So I've got better visibility, not only to see what's coming in, but have a better idea of if there's something that needs to be addressed. I can find it more quickly than waiting for almost a month for the brigade reports to come in. So just FYI, yes, I can see the reports. I do have to announce today that I have 2 brigade commands that are going to be open, and we will be HR will be announcing those vacancies shortly. Brigadier General David Ferber has informed me of his intention to stand down as the commander of the 7th Brigade. I would like to thank General Ferber for his service to the Corps and his brigade. He's done a fine job, and we will miss him around the halls of Forces Command. Additionally, we will be recruiting a commander for the 13th. So those 2 positions will both be open. In the event that you're unfamiliar with how that works, HR will post the vacancies, and then those applicants will interview with me. There will then be a advisory committee made up of the OICs of the units within the brigade who will discuss the options available and come to a consensus on who we believe is the right candidate for that position. At that point, the next step is that I engage with the regional coordinator for the region to get their consent on the person that we would like to appoint, and then we go from there. Just like any new unit position, any new unit OICs or unit applications that we would get, anyone applying for an open brigade OIC's position has to have already completed SFTP 101 and 102 to be compliant with the personal information protection items. As the Deputy Commandant spoke about positions, very shortly, Forces Command will be posting some open positions that we are recruiting for to fill out the ForceCom staff. We will be recruiting for a Chief of Staff, an Awards Officer, an Electronic Certificates Officer will work under the direction of the Awards Officer, a Project Officer for Operations, who will be kind of in a lot of ways, I kind of think of this as the Radar O'Reilly of the ForceCom office, to be the person to make sure that I don't miss things. In addition, we will be recruiting for a recruiting and retention officer on the ForceCom and a sergeant major for ForceCom. So that's a lot of positions. The requirements, the descriptions of what those positions do, and the requirements to hold each office will be posted by HR, as well as those application availabilities will be shared throughout the various communications channels through Facebook and what have you. One last thing I want to hit on before before the commandant drags me off of here.
4 minutes.
But first, I have 4 minutes. All right, I'm in under that. I'm gonna have another drink then. Hang on. All right. So the last thing I wanted to hit on is with regard to awards a little bit. Now, Sergeant Major is going to speak a little bit more on the subject of awards here in a minute, but a couple of things I wanted to hit on. Now, the first thing is, and I've already communicated this with the brigade commanders, but I want to take some time to make sure we're all on the same page. If you have award-related requests, please submit them separately of reports. Please don't just stick them in reports and give me it somewhere I have to go searching for them. One, that takes more time. And two, as we get an actual staff in place and have people specifically responsible for awards, putting them in where I've got to find them in a report and then route them to the awards people will take longer. Just bear that in mind if you would. Additionally, with regard to the annual awards this year with our Honor and Valor Awards, I would have liked to have seen more awards. There were still some very good nominations put forward. That having been said, there were a number of nominations that were made by brigades that were put forward that were not forwarded by me to the general staff. They just were not. They were either the name of the person and the award with no justification, or one sentence about how awesome they are, and I'm sure they are, but that's not a nomination that I can go to the commandant and the deputy and the other COs and the sergeant major and say, here, consider this. That's just not going to work. So obviously the ship sailed with regard to Valor Awards being considered for honor awards. If your brigade has not yet named Valor Award winners, just because this window's gone by doesn't mean you still can't issue them this year for next year. Any brigade that hasn't issued them yet still can. The important thing here is to make sure that people who deserve recognition are receiving it. So if there are questions out there about awards and how do I put someone in for something, obviously use the chain of command. If you have questions, I will always take them. But that's the important thing right here, is to make sure that people are getting recognized properly for the efforts they put forward. Because we've got some people doing some incredible things here in the Starfleet Marine Corps, and it's when I don't get very many Valor nominations, I wonder, well, they've got to be out there somewhere. Where did they go? So, General Cordero, I'm going to hand it back to you, sir.
Thank you, Tom. And you still had 1 minute and 12 seconds, so you're good.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next one is TRACOM.
Hi, everybody. Just want to kind of go over a few things. I want to appreciate everybody that's been working through this. It's been kind of a hectic time with us in TRACOM. I would like to ask that anyone that would like to apply to TRACOM, please do. We have a lot of open positions, especially with the CO, or excuse me, the directors and assistant directors. Plus, also, I do need people to help with the illustrations and also with revising manuals and also various directors. One of those especially is Mecha and also our combat engineering. Mecha is one that I really could use some help with because there's been a lot of activity in that one. I know that's one of our biggest areas that everybody like to do. So please continue to go to the HR website and apply. I could use a lot of help. That way we can get that going. Also, as far as Academy updates, in January, we changed the structure from TRACOM, and I was working with a different person who later resigned, and then I've been doing multiple hats. So I appreciate everybody working with me. I know we still have some that I've been able to contact and some that I have to get off my plate as far as getting their issues resolved, but we are working with that. Please still continue to keep in contact with me. Also, the DCO of training, aka the SFMCA superintendent, Chris Boggs, is also available to help resolve those issues for you. I do have 2 personnel that are coming on board to work with the ADC office to get that up and running. I'm also working now cleaning that up. Additionally, I know we have a lot of manuals and various courses that are being rewritten and advised. Please continue to keep tabs of that. We are working to get those completed by the end of the year per the Commander Starfleet's guidance. Also, I've been in contact regularly with the Chief of Educational Services. We are working to make that a reality. So just continue to work with us, especially with the various manuals been out there a long time. And also updates from the GS as far as the manuals and stuff. We are working to get those revised and also get that into the coursework, especially ASAP. So lastly, I would like to announce our Academy Student of the Year. And this person has not only excelled as a student, but also has even worked with us within TRACOM, continuing becoming an additional assistant in various areas. So I would like to thank John Bryce Jr., who's not only the Student of the Year, but he's also awarded into Team Delta. And I really appreciate everybody's hard work. Please continue to keep on the lookout for TRACOM. We are working to make that a reality for you guys.
Thank you, Shane.
Thank you.
Shane will be leaving us. He has to go back to work right now. So if you have any questions for him, you can definitely email him or just reach out to him through the SFFC Facebook page, and he'll try to reach out. And I know there's TRACOM has a Facebook page that people can also ask questions, and they'll be not just him, but it'll be also the other directors and the assistants on there. So again, thank you, Shane, for joining us, taking your time out for work, and he's got to go back. And remember, you have those sources to reach out to him if you have questions. Thank you, Shane. Be safe.
Thank you.
All right. The next one, Infocom, General Anderson.
Hey, how everybody doing out there? All right. Well, first thing we're going to talk about is privacy in the website. As everybody knows, they've been talking about the course, they've been talking it to death. SFMC websites, along with all the other Starfleet websites, last weekend were upgraded to HTTPS, which means that's an encrypted connection. When you connect to it, the data transferring back and forth from your computer to the website's encrypted, so nobody can hack into it and see what you're even though it's available to the public. But anyway, I've updated a lot of the links already, but it's been pointed out, a couple people found some links, especially for like downloads and to the images. All of those have to be changed from HTTP to HTTPS. I've got to go through every single page, and I've started that and updating those links. But if you happen to find one, I've only got 24 hours here or something, so I may miss something because when you start looking at it, it just kind of all turns into one big spot on your computer screen after a while. So if I miss something, definitely shoot me an email and let me know, and I'll get that updated. The reporting issues on the website, I think we pretty much got that knocked out. I've been even the back end where the reports are generated and sent out to, I haven't been using the vanity email addresses. I've had ForceCom give me the OIC's, battalion and brigade OIC's direct email addresses. Still sometimes have problems with Yahoo, because anything coming from a website, Yahoo considers it spam and automatically blocks it. Same with AOL a lot. But that avoids the vanity email problem that we had for all of our emails. In the main session earlier, they talked about looking for a new host. Well, when they moved the Marine Corps sites over, the SFMC, SFMCA sites over to the new host, Site 5, with all the other websites, when they combined everything, all of the email lists and vanity emails are still hosted on DreamHost. We have always, for years since I've been in Infocom 2013 and even before that, I've had problems with vanity emails not being delivered. It'll work fine one time, the next time it won't. Before we moved to site, I had a Gmail plugin that would relay everything through Gmail's an API, which was great, but I may look at going back to that because when we changed the sites over, when I went to update it, Google requires a HTTPS site now. So I couldn't use that, so I had to use a different plugin. But anyway, kind of getting down the road on that. But I may look at going to that, but it looks like the reporting issues, reports are getting delivered like they're supposed to. They haven't heard anybody lately not getting a report. Usually that's because of an email address change or an OIC change for that receives the report. Again, if you take over a position, the ForceCom usually lets me know pretty quickly about getting your email address added in there. But if not, you can shoot me an email directly. I'm the new OIC of, this or this. This is my email address. And I'll get that updated for you. Same with any of the vanity emails. They're still there and they still deliver some of the times. So again, if you have an email address change or if you sign up for a new Google account or something, let me know and I'll get that email address updated. Google has the best, not to push Google here or any conspiracy here, but Google has the best spam filter that I have ever seen. So I have my Gmail account goes out and pulls in email from several other accounts and is processed through Google. So it strips out 99.9% of the spam. Very seldom get a false positive, but it's really good filtering. Manuals. Now, some of the links on the website, there is no link for the manual. Oh, and the uniform manual that Dep Don was talking about earlier, I uploaded that last night. So it is on the website and that link works. I tested it. But there are some manuals, especially the arms and equipment manual, that does not have a link. And there's a specific reason for that, is there was copyrighted material in there. I know some of the images were made by people that may or may not be part of Starfleet anymore. And unless they give us written explicit permission to use their artwork, we can't use it. The day of going to a website and going, oh, that's a real cute picture. Let me load that down. Let me download that, put it in my manual to represent this weapon or piece of equipment that I'm doing on my, 301 course or whatever. Can't do that anymore. Everything's got to be original, or it has to be, we have to get written explicit permission from the artist that we can use that in perpetuity, and if he has limits on that, we can't use that image to then go make patches or other logo images or anything. It's got to be specific for that, unless he says use it any way you want it, however you want it, however many times you want it, then you're fine. So anyway, that's what it is. And the old day of going, that's a nice flashy GIF, I'm gonna go download that. They can't really do that anymore. Everything's copyrighted now. So anyway, so much fun with that. Okay, updating the website. In the past, I have gotten emails from angry Marines saying I was promoted 3 months ago and you still have my old rank on the website. Well, I don't have my great Sarnak hat anymore. It's in the cleaners. So unless somebody specifically tells me that you got promoted, I don't know you got promoted. So a simple email, hey, I got promoted. I'm, now major, not a Marine captain anymore. I'll get it updated. Usually I try to get everything done within 24 hours, depending on if I'm trying to get ready for an international muster, and that takes a little extra time. But I'll get that updated for you. But again, if I don't have time to go through the database and look up every single person that we have listed on the website and verify that that's their correct rank. Easiest way, shoot me an email. Hey, I got promoted. I'll get that updated for you. Especially, if you hold a TRACON position, any staff position, anything that's got your name listed on the Marine Corps site in any fashion, let me know. I kind of touched on the email delivery already and talked about the vanity email addresses. Again, hopefully, once computer ops gets the new website hosting setup, we can get all that moved. That's what I've been told. One of the other things, going back to the websites, when they moved them all last year, they've consolidated all of the Marine Corps sites and Mako and everything under computer operations now. So if you go on the site and look, you'll see that I'm actually a member of computer operations now, and also COM. It was separate positions, and I'm not sure going forward if that's going to be true or not, where if you're the next Infocom, I'm not sure if that'll be the computer ops division. I think they're going to be able to pick their own people based on technical skill. Basically, you have to know WordPress. So that's what all the websites are on now. The new quartermaster site, I've got to go through a lot of those images. I think some of them needed to be updated, but we've been seeing a lot of orders coming through there. Linda's processing those. The old website was shut down. It's got an auto forward link over to the new site. I haven't heard of any issues. I usually do the inventories when I get them from Linda, if we got items in stock or not. If something's not in stock, the best thing to do is probably shoot Linda an email. Maybe she hadn't sent me the updated quantity, like if she repurchased ribbons or something like that and is showing us out of stock on the website. Shoot her an email and she'll let me know, and I can go in and update the quantities and how many's on hand and all that sort of thing. One of the last things I want to talk about is open positions in Infocom. For quite some time, I was the only Infocom person. Right now I have DCO Jake Thompson. He's been coming up to speed and helping me out, but there are other open positions in Infocom under my office, specifically CO's office. We have administrative officer, which those duties may be more coordination kind of thing and tracking emails and make sure I try to get back to everybody within 24 hours. Even if I can't do an update or something, I still like to say, hey, I got your email. I'll be working on that this weekend. I'm on call or I got to work late or something. So that kind of happens from time to time. Publications and manual officer. That's going to be a lot of work. As Brian had said earlier, a lot of manuals have got to be updated. So right now, him and I are two major people that are working on all of those and making sure that they comply. There's no rogue images in there or anything. And make sure those get updated and the format's right. And, the spell, like he said, you'll see typos in there. And part of that is I don't know how to spell. I used to flunk out of the spelling bee on the first round on purpose because I hated being up in front of the class. So boy, do I regret that now, because I have trouble spelling just about everything. So anyway, that's the way that goes. Other than the DCO's office, we have email and list administrators. They are some, the SFMC Facebook page has several administrators on there and moderators. They, when somebody requests access to the site or to join the site, they verify their SEC and that they have an active number. I know the DCO was getting a list and going through and purging old members out, because you'll have things where we'll post a link, I don't know, say maybe to the international conference today on the Facebook page. And then somehow that gets out to the public from an old member that used to be on there and still gets the information. And then, oh no, then we got pictures drawn all over our screen. Anyway, if anybody was there, they know what I'm talking about. So anyway, so he's going to be mostly spearheading that. He's got a list of the administrators. We're going to make sure all of those are active and still want to be. I'll be putting a list of those folks on the website. So, you can let me or him know, or just post it, and we can make sure if you've requested and you have a good membership and standing that you can get access to the site. Again, like I say, his social medias and social media administrators. I don't know. So he'll be handling all of that. Newsletter editors, we have not had pretty much since the time I've been Infocom, attention all hands newsletter. Simple fact is, like I say, one person, too many balls, couldn't take that on. We had a couple people apply and tried to get the publication updated. and get it going again, but always something would happen, either personal or whatever would happen, and they never were able to follow through with it. I was able to go back, if you look on the website under the download section, all of the attention on deck extras and everything are on the website. Everything I could find for back to like 2012 or even before that, I think, are on there. I may even have options now to go back and find even older ones, maybe even back when the thing started. So anyway, I'm still kind of working on that. And one of the last things, I've temporarily removed the Wall of Honor link off of the menu. Again, in the way back machine, I found some names, but they're from like 2008 and 2009. The last several iterations of the website, back when I took over in 2013, it was one. We've moved it and updated it to WordPress and all that stuff. There was no information for the Wall of Honor members on those old sites, because I have backed up copies of everything that was there, and even backed up copies of the database if it had one. So I'm in the process of using the old roster that I downloaded from, I think it's 2008, and trying to get updated information so I can get that out there. But until I have something to put there, I'm not just going to throw one or two names up, or people that's, you know, maybe not even members of Starfleet or what, from 2000, from 2008, excuse me. You know, because it just, you know, I don't want to slide anybody or stick my finger in their eye or anything. But I know there were some questions going by here, but I'll you can repost those during the question and answer section. I will try to do my best to answer them as best I can, and that's about everything I think I have for right now. So I'll turn it back over to the Dan.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. All right, what we got left? Oh boy, it's time for some schooling. Sergeant Major. He's still muted. There we go.
Yep. All right, let me get my notes here. All right, first of all, pardon me for a second. I want to make sure that everybody understands that I'm coming from a position of actually experiencing both sides of the table, from the person that's writing the award nominations or promotion nominations to the person that actually sits on a committee. So this isn't really making any digs at anybody, except for these are some lessons that I had to learn the hard way, and I'm hoping to share with everybody that's putting some nominations in, so that you have a better likelihood of getting the folks that you're nominating the recognition that you believe they deserve. So we'll go ahead and cut straight into some of how to improve the award nominations. One of the things that you know, was one of my habits was I would just jot down things that I think. But you have to realize you're not just writing things that, you know, you think. You're writing to compel a board member to vote for your candidate. So these are some of the things that that make that writing a little bit more successful. So the first one is assume we don't know who it is you're writing about, and assume that we know nothing about what you guys do for your volunteer service. When you make those assumptions, you start to include a little more specificity in just what kind of person this person is, how, you know, not only that he or she is a major player in your chapter or unit, but why they're a major player in your chapter or unit. It also starts you saying, okay, this is what they did. And specifically, you know, it's one thing to say I helped at a food bank. It's another thing to say I helped at a food bank and I had to sort through 1,000 pounds of food, and the results of sorting through 1,000 pounds of food made sure that 12 families got meals for the next week. something along those lines. Also avoid words like help, because that just, it doesn't really tell the reader very much. If they helped a charity out, what did they do to help? What was their specific action? And then what was their specific impact? That goes a long way, because when you get into the specifics, you actually paint a picture for the person that's actually making the decision on who to vote for. Because, you know, things have to be, you know, something that I can actually physically picture myself seeing, something that I can measure. Those things go a lot further in making that help. So if Bob helped Joe do something, say what Bob was doing that helped Joe, and how did that help Joe get his project completed? Because when we fail to get into those kind of specifics, we're pretty much leaving the board members up to make whatever guesses, and we might make the wrong guess sitting on the board. So when you do these, and another way to do this, make this easier for the person who's writing them, make sure when people are submitting their stuff, and when you're doing up your reports, when you complete an evolution, make a set of notes on what it was you did, what the impact was, who all was involved, and what tasks they completed in that project. And when you start including that in your reports, you have something to refer back on with a high degree of specificity to help you write that stuff. So it becomes, that stuff becomes a cookie cutter that you just put into a nomination form, rather than trying to remember what happened a year and a half or a year ago. Any questions about the nominations, or about writing nominations?
Well, we'll take the questions during the Q&A section. All right.
Okay, that'll work.
Yep.
All right. So we also have the DONTS and the Corps' primary charity feature over the Christmas holiday has typically been Toys for Tots. And one of the problems that we've noticed is some chapters don't have a Toys for Tots Toys for Tots program in their local communities. So one of the things that we're looking at is giving credit for Toys for Tots if you support another charity program that does in the manner that Toys for Tots did. And also we're looking at expanding just general charity work. If you put in 4 hours at whatever charity, what it was you did, who you supported, what the impact was, and include that in your report. So because that still is public service stuff that gets into Gene Roddenberry's vision for a better future. And I'm also looking at starting a Sergeant Major Pro challenge in these various charity efforts as well. Things, you know, if there's a charity effort to donate blood, by all means, donate plasma. There's still food pantries and food banks, all kinds of things. There's other things that the chapters and units are working on. We don't want to hamper that. So we'll be looking at things like that too. And I look forward to getting some of your feedback on that as well. And that concludes pretty much anything I was going to be talking about.
Thank you, Sergeant Major. All right. You guys sat long enough. It's been an hour. So let's start looking at some of the awards. We're going into some of the minors till we get to the big ones. So first one will be the achievements, I believe, if I remember. Yes. don't worry, these names will be posted on the SFMC website, and I'll probably create an email for the core list. So I want to thank everybody here: William Hoff, Jerry James, Bruce O'Brien, John Bryce Jr., Jill Rayborn, and Jacob Thompson. For commendation, Brian Allen, Tom Garrican, Mark Anderson, Steve Sardison, Shane Russell, Linda Olson, Ed Tunis, for Leona Dystar, Patrick Devine, Paul Rezak, David Ferber, Thomas Allen. What was that? Thomas Allen Sigmundson, Derek French, Stephen Christopher Boggs, Paul Fest, Paul O'Brien, and myself. What else? We have here Starfleet Cross. This comes straight from the commander, Starfleet. All right, Ed Tunis, Jeremy Carson, Stephen Sardison, Glenda Stevenson, Thomas Clark, Sarah and Kelly Hayes, William Hoff, Bruce O'Brien, Paul Fest, Brian Allen, Tom Garrett, and Mark, Shane, Linda, Wallace Cady, Don Roselle, Timothy Barrington, Larry Henderson, Nobel Hayes, Anthony Rumbel, Antonio Angelis, Frank Gonzalez, and myself. And I believe the big ones. Here we go. This is the one that we, the most deserving. Here we go. Cross of Honor, Second Lieutenant Lee Ritchie. Sword of Honor, Sergeant Major Stephen Sardison. Shield of Honor, Brigadier General Larry Henderson. And Legion of Honor is the 327th MSG. Again, all these winners, congratulations, and they will be posted on the SFMC sites and in the email. All right, thank you again. I believe that was that's the last of those. Last of those slides. So again, I'll post that information up. Congratulations to the winners.
If you look at one of the logos, if you see one of the logos for the executive committee, you will see on the top of most of them, there's a delta with nothing in them and nothing around them, except for our logos. That is the easiest way to use a delta that's not copyrighted, because they can't copyright the shape. But if you use the command star or the science logo or the medical logo in the middle of it, CBS has got a gripe.
Because I see one of our attendees wearing a comm badge from Voyager.
Well, that's different. I'm talking. Well, that's different. Wearing them on your uniform or on your shirt, you bought that from somewhere, and that gives you license to use it. What I'm talking about is in graphic design, which is ironic. My son works in that field. But in graphic design, that's where I come in. And you're like a logo for a chapter or for a department. If your delta has something on it, it needs to be original.
Yep, because that's right where I am right now. You might have heard our fearless leader put out the call for me to start a chapter, so I'm in that design phase right now. So
well,
you
I'll
and
give
keep talking.
I hear you, Tiffany. I'll give you a good example. The USS Missouri chapter has a great logo. It has the delta, but they have the state of Missouri outline in it. See where I'm going? Something that's not used by CBS. That if CBS used it, we don't need to use it because we're asking for trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Did that clear it up a little better?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Well,
long
again,
as it's not identical.
exactly. Well, again, it's great talking to you.
You too.
Okay.
I've heard a lot about you, so thank you very much, sir.
You've heard something good about me? I'm impressed it was good. Jeff, she must not talk to Jill.
Well, I think we're going to take our next question from over in Gene's world here. So we're going to ask to unmute.
Hello, James. We're sharing the computer. Question for you. Would the something similar to the isolinear chip as being similar for the Delta, as long as it's in the mindset it looks similar but not labeled with any similar labels that have been used on the show, and not the same exact sizes, dimensions, if we wanted to make a prop or use those for decals on our website or whatnot, we should be fine with that general premise?
Well, the isolinear chip is a iffy area because I haven't seen any real heavy copyright or any questions or anything involving them. If the interior design of the chip is different from what they have, I think you'd be good to go.
Okay.
Okay. And one thing, and also, if you're just using it for your logo or something, that's least likely to get attention. Now, if you're using it on something you're going to sell, that could cause problems in sometimes. But again, I think if the interior of the chip, if it is not, exactly similar to what they do, I think you're good to go.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Great talking to you.
Awesome. Richard, we're going to bring you on next, Richard Trelson. So.
Okay. Hi, Dennis.
Hey, stranger. Long time no see.
Yeah. My question is, you mentioned just a moment ago that if it's on our chapter logos, as long as we don't try selling something, that was my question is are you going to be going after chapters to get them to change your logos if they are violating copyright? But if they are...
Go ahead, Richard. I didn't mean to interrupt.
That's all right. But if they're not just selling anything or just using it as their logo and, ironing it on t-shirts on our own and stuff like that, is that okay?
Not really. I said it was less likely for CBS to move on it, but in the case of a logo, you really, really need to have something original, or keep it down to just the plain Delta or something original in it. Because, you see, here's the kicker about copyrights. The copyright owner has to act periodically to protect themselves. If they don't act within a certain time limit, the copyright becomes what is called abandoned. And it becomes abandoned, it's fair game. There's an example right now of a nationally known, worldwide known company that has some copyrights that became abandoned. Someone tried moving on them, and now they're having it out with that person. So it comes down, and of course, and some would bring up, and Mike Calhoun, my assistant, just messaged, that comes up to fair use. Fair use can be a really sticky wicket. You have to be careful, and that's one of the reasons Mike and I have our jobs. And that's one thing about it. We've got job security, brother.
Well, that's what I mean is, are you just focusing on Starfleet, or are you going to start contacting chapters saying, hey, your logo is not compliant and will get us in trouble?
If I see a logo that's got a problem, I will contact the CEO on the QT and see what we can figure out.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Our next question is from USS Commonwealth.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello
My
there.
question
How's it
for
going?
you is regarding the LCARS, which is Starfleet from the Star Trek franchise. Is it protected by Paramount and CBS? And
Jeff, will you unmute Jeffrey? Jeff, would you unmute Mike Calhoun? He just recently researched that, and I want him to address it.
Sure, give me 1 second.
Mike Calhoun's my assistant compliance officer, my right-hand man, and one of the best guys I have to work with.
He's unmuted.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, Mike, how's it going, buddy?
Oh, it's all right. Yeah, I got the smoker going. We're good to go, Dennis. So.
All right. Okay, the question was asked about the L cars.
Yeah, I looked at that quite a bit, and I've actually got my notes down here in front of me. So if I look down, that's what I'm looking at is my notes. I did quite a bit of research on that. Now, CBS claims to have a copyright on that, but it's never been substantively proven that they do. But back in 2011, there was a guy selling apps for Apple and Android phones that made your Android system or your Apple system look like an LCARS and act like an LCARS, and CBS just basically bullied him out of doing that. So he dropped that app, and I think it finally got dropped in about 16. But you'll notice if you look for it, it's really, really hard to find. There's some people out there still doing it, but they kind of do like Cosplay Sky, where they just jump around from website to website. And every time they do, the lawyers gang up on them. So on that, if it's interior to something you have, just, internal, like let's say it's in your handbook, that's not going to be a big deal. That's just internal, and that can fall under fair use where you're okay. But if it's something you're putting on your website, you're getting into that area of, like Dennis said, a sticky wicket there. And it's not something that I would necessarily use on like an Academy page. I'm knee deep into researching some of the Academy, and so far we look pretty good. But as far as what's out there and what's visible to the general public and the lawyers without joining this group. So it's not an easy answer, but I think what Dennis and I came to an agreement on was that we can yeah, TJ, but you can use it for things, for simple things like we were talking about for the Academy, for these for the certificates for SFDPP. That's fine. We're not trying to make any money. We're not trying to violate their intellectual property in any sort of way. It's just kind of an attaboy, hey, good job, you did it. But if there's any way you're using it for even recruiting, that can be seen as a gain. And if you start to use something for a gain, it's going to grab CBS's attention. So that's kind of the context in which you have to look at these things. If you're trying to get a gain from using it, whether it's a comm badge, whether it's LCARS, no matter what it might be from the show, that's when you got to start worrying.
Okay, thank you so much.
Hey, no problem. And before Steve gets in here, because I know he's wanting to address it, you may notice that the Academy uses some copyrighted stuff. That's because fair use gives license for educational purposes, and Starfleet Academy is educational purposes, no doubt.
Hey, Jeff, can you unmute CS, please?
Yeah, he's unmuted.
Okay. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Okay.
And thanks for that, Steve, because of that's something I should have mentioned and didn't. That the chapter's rights end for Starfleet's begin. and Starfleet has the right to protect itself.
Okay.
Not to mention, that's my job, not his.
Yeah. There's a reason lawyers are compared to sharks. When one smells blood, the rest do. So they'll jump all in there. And yeah, I think they're more like catfish, but you know, that's side now. But when one smells blood, they all do. So, and they will gang up on you. So unless you've got a whole bunch of lawyers in your family that'll work gratis for you, you know, if there's anything that can gain you anything from what you're doing, then it's probably not a good idea to do it.
Okay. No, that's okay. I just want to say our next question is from B Hart.
Oh, hold on a minute. I got messed up here. I got to come back.
Okay, not a problem. Then
I'll
we'll
be
go
right back. I'm messed up here or something.
in the
Hang in there.
We'll get you. In the meantime, we'll go to David Shorey for his question.
Let's see here.
It's your favorite bald-headed and beard little hobbit. So my question is, General Rayburn, if there is a chapter that has a logo that perhaps they are questionable about, you know, that they may wonder if it violates, would you be open to them showing that to you, even though it's not a Starfleet organizational level, it's still a chapter level? Are you
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Just send me a copy of it to compliance@sfi.org, and we'll look it over and see what it is. And if there's any issues, I'll get back to you and see if I can help you find a solution.
Awesome. Thank you.
See, because that's one thing we're trying to do. I'm trying not to be the stern iron rod. You can't do this, blah blah. If I say there's a problem, I want to try to help you find a solution to it.
That goes for me as well.
Okay, I didn't see his hand raised, so we have somebody in front of him, then Dave.
I'm ready.
Go ahead, B.
Okay, this is for Carol. I didn't get a chance when she was talking to ask this question because I kept raising my hand, but evidently you didn't see it. Okay, are you listening, Carol?
Carol may not be here, but I am.
Okay. The question is.
Let me. I'm getting her unmuted. Give me a second, but go ahead.
The question is, okay, I've already taken my 2 tests this year on the GDPR. And am I to understand I have to do this every year?
Well, B, can you hear me, B?
I hear you now.
Okay, yeah, we're unmuted now. If you are in a position where you access TII, then yes, you need to take it next year. It's not going to be any harder. It's just
What is
not
PII?
Personally identifiable information. That's like phone numbers and emails and put together with somebody's like if you well, what you get when you go into the database to check, say, somebody's membership. That's also some of that is
I'm kind of lost. I don't understand what you mean. Maybe I'm not very up on that part of it.
What do you do, B? Tell me what you do.
Okay. I complied with my tests this year for both 102, 102, 101, 102. And then my first officer also complied. Okay, we've passed our tests.
Okay.
I presume this was it.
Well, are you CO?
I am the CO, yeah.
Okay, then yes, you do have to retake it every year. Most organizations that have international members have to retake their tests every year, and ours is real simple. You've taken it, you know what it's like. So about the same time next year, just go in there, and we're going to have a different number for those. We're going to have the number, and we're going to have the year after it. So you look for the next year, and you take it approximately the same time you took your originals.
Okay. Okay. Maybe I'll understand it then.
Yeah.
Okay. Because
but I wasn't free to really say that.
Actually, 101 was a little difficult for me.
Well, yeah, it was
different. I didn't pass the first time, so it was a little difficult for me. I'm kind of up there in years where my brain doesn't comprehend like it should.
Well, I'm getting there myself.
You're not as old as me, dear.
No, I know, but you know, I'm 70. 70. See, when am I going to do this year? 73.
I'm not much older than you, dear.
I know. I have access to PII.
And this old brain don't work like it used to.
I know, and that's no big deal. You know, you just take it until you pass. You know, it's not a big deal. It's not for real life, except for the GDPR. Yeah, it's for fun. So it's nice to meet you online, though.
Thank you.
Boy, listen to those two talk. I feel like a spring chicken in here.
Well, you are.
Yep. So next question is from Lieutenant Monk from the Dragonfly.
Wait a minute. David Nottage is supposed to go next.
And then Dave is next, because he's had his hand raised for a long time.
So back to copyright. What about ship images?
Okay. Clarify, please.
I don't quite know where the images come from right now, but as far as I know, the image is a piece of original artwork, but it's based on an Excelsior class ship. Does that comply, or does that need to be changed?
I really can't say about seeing it. Now send it to me again. The email address and Jeff, if you put it up on the screen, compliance@sfi.org. We'll gladly take a look at it and help you out.
All right. Yeah. Okay.
And If I can interject real quick, a few years ago, I was helping another Star Trek organization with this very thing, and CBS flat out told us that the design of ships, you know, as long as you don't use a copyrighted name they have for some of them, they are not worried about. Like Steve said, it's the Delta and stuff like that that they get rather perturbed.
Like I have always used, like on my front of my Facebook page and other places, a profile or a dorsal view of a ship. And all I do, I may just make sure that the name and the NCC number are blurred out to where they can't be seen, and that there's no UFP or Starfleet markings on them. And I don't think we've ever had a problem with any of that. So
yeah. Okay.
All right. And
Hey,
we
that
have
was
our
it for
next
me then.
question from David.
So, hi guys.
Oh,
First
David.
off, how you doing, Dennis? Long time no see.
Yeah, but where have you hiding yourself out there on the left coast?
Huh. So hang on. So my first question back to Jeff for a second, and I'll be right back to you, Dennis.
Okay.
And this is a stupid question, Jeff, but how do you actually raise your hand in this?
If you click on the reactions, you should have a raise hand button in there.
Where in reactions?
Yes.
I don't see reactions anywhere.
Are you on a computer or a tablet?
I'm on my iPad.
Well, on my Android, it comes up as a more button. I tap
Yeah,
that, and it comes.
I see more, and then I see clapping hands and a thumbs up.
That's weird.
Okay.
Okay. And then,
'Cause I was hitting the
on a
button.
tablet, because I don't, and I'm not sure if I only have an iPad and it shows up there, and on the desktop it shows up at the bottom. So I'm not sure which one it is. So
All right, well,
I
I'll have to figure
apologize for that.
out. So on the topic for this panel, here's my question, and this could probably be answered by Steve and or Dennis, but just out of curiosity, why aren't we keeping a repository of logos? And why aren't we collecting those logos as part
Steve,
of
I'll defer
launch?
that to you.
As part of launch processes, shakedown. I mean, all of that should be, we should be maintaining that and keeping that as a for our own archives, you know, for history, for all kinds of things. And if that's the case, as part of as any new chapter that comes in, they should be supplying a logo as part of their shakedown for approval, just like, you know, we get ship approval, name approval, number approval. The logo should be approved as well. That would just seem to be the logical progression to make sure that this doesn't become an issue and be proactive about it. I mean, that should be something submitted.
And
No. I mean, I didn't know who was going to be the right person. So Dennis, just so you know, when you're looking at my background, where you see the ship behind me, just so you know, that is actually a original rendering that my guy did, and the guy that did all of this stuff is the guy that's doing all the artwork with Drexler and with the Pasadena recreation of the TNG bridge.
Hey, I love it.
Yeah. If you guys saw Ships of the Line a few years back, this something similar was we were June. We were the centerfold.
Wow.
So,
Very
okay,
cool.
that was it. I just wanted to mention a repository because I think we should be keeping one.
I couldn't agree with you more. And on the shakedown thing, I think shakedown should, you know, they have a logo. It should run past my office before they finish shakedown.
I agree. Because they got months to be putting all that together, and so we give them points for an original logo. that adds into, what they get time off for accelerated program or something.
No arguments here.
So that was it. Thanks, guys. This has been fun so far.
Thanks, David. That's a good question.
Good to hear from you, David.
Yo.
Okay, so our next question is going to be from Brenda Bell.
Okay, it's just a point of information. I'm on Windows and my raise hand is in the participants panel at the bottom. Click on participants, and at the bottom of that window, one of the options is raise hand. And Dave, I remember you had an archive of graphics going way, way back. I think I have a copy of it somewhere. And that's all. Back to moderator.
Okay. And I'm actually, I did find a link for all the different systems. I just put into the chat for everybody to do the raise hand. But I have Tiffany here, so she's next.
Hello, glad to
Hi,
see you back.
Tiffany.
I messaged you. This is more like a housekeeping thing and a comment of support. I know I'm probably gonna shock our CS out of his chair to say that. but
I had to
I'm
make
getting
you feel wanted, Steve.
getting messages, Steve, that some folks can't hear you on the stream. You're completely silent. Okay, and
Yeah,
I
so
totally
it might be the connection because we had something similar with Carol.
Yeah, I totally agree with the comment. I think all logos, like that's part of my plan to come through. Everything I do, I'm gonna push through, and that was the other question I wanted to ask. Who is our point person in comms for data compliance? Like Dennis said he said he's not for data.
Yeah, Dennis
said that
handles
while you were up.
copyright. Data goes to comp ops.
Okay.
Amen, brother.
So we heard it here, folks.
And as you can see, I now have your enforcer over my shoulder, Steve.
I was gonna say he only throws people under the bus if they deserve it.
He says he's calling you right now. She says, "Do I have to answer?"
It's disabled.
Oh, folks, forgive me, but picking on the fleet admiral is considered a fair sport around here.
I would never allow that if I was in person, Steve. You know that.
Well, I don't see anybody else's hand is raised, but if you have a question and you're having trouble doing that, if you just kind of wave in front of your screen like this, I'm going to scroll through all, because we have 5 different screens of attendees. So
worst come to worst, so send me an IM in Facebook, and I'll get Jeff's attention.
There you go, just in case. But I don't see anybody doing that. I see some people who are. I see some people who are enjoying the afternoon, but it looks like a lot of the muster is maybe ending. So I know some people are starting to trickle in now.
Well, they weren't. All the Marines weren't over there. because this Marine was here doing his job like he's supposed to be, not knocking them. I'm semi-retired from work. I'm here doing my job for you, boss. Hey, it's called job security, brother.
We have a question from Linda Smith. So Linda, I'm going to unmute you now.
Oh, me, Linda, how are you doing? Oh, you think that's something? Jill's got a camera in the back for her, and I'm in the front of the house because we didn't want any feedback problems. Linda, you're the next
Linda,
contestant.
you know what? I unmuted the wrong account. I apologize. I unmuted Linda instead of Willie and Linda. So,
oh lordy.
Give me 1 second here. I'm sending you a thing, and you just have to unmute yourself now.
All right, now can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
We hear you, Linda.
Cool. All right, so, cool. All right.
Loud and clear.
I don't actually have a question, but I did want to say something, if you don't mind giving me just a second. All right. The Heimdall for the last 12 years has had a contest locally to send local middle school kids to space camp. And in the past 12 years, we've sent 13 kids, and that's just great. We work our butts off doing fundraisers to make the money to do this. But anyway, we were lucky to be able to send 2 kids this year, which would be our 14th and 15th kid, but their trips were canceled because of this nasty virus thing. They've been postponed and they're going to go next year. I got a message from Space Camp 2 days ago that they are in terrible trouble as far as funding goes. They've been hit really hard with this COVID thing. They've had cutbacks, and now they don't know if they're going to be able to continue with Space Camp. They have a GoFundMe page, and you can also donate by check by writing directly to Space Camp to try to save this wonderful, wonderful experience for kids who are gifted and who are really the promise that we have of our future. So the Heimdall has donated a sum of money to this, sort of an emergency donation, trying to keep Space Camp alive. Space Camp gets no federal funding, and they also did not receive any of the stimulus packages that businesses received earlier. So what I'd like to do is just challenge Starfleet chapters, not a sum, but just to make some kind of donation to the Save Space Camp program that they have going on right now. I think it's worthwhile, and it certainly does interest kids in space travel and careers in space. So thank you for your time, and I hope that every chapter will just donate. If you donate $1, if you donate $1,000, that's something that they don't have, and it will help them keep their doors open. All right, thank you. It was good seeing everybody. I really am glad to see everybody. Thank you.
Same here,
Thank you, Linda. Okay, our next question is actually from Paul Reed. So Paul, we're going to ask you to unmute.
But just question about all the things going on is, to all of you, first of all, you probably don't realize, some of you don't realize what I'm doing. I'm actually a healthcare worker. I work in long-term care. I'm dealing with the realities. And to all of you that are dealing with this, I concur. Back Space Camp, back something to sit there and make some difference. And to all of you guys are here, I wish I could sit there and hug all of you, but you know what? Let's be safe and stay alive and see you at the next IC when we're all able to get together.
Yeah, if I hugged everybody, the governor of my state would slap me into quarantine for 14 days. He wouldn't do that to a guy that his dad made a Kentucky colonel, now would he? I believe it.
Okay, I actually don't see any other hands raised for questions at this point. Yep. If there are no other questions, I was about to say, Steve, if you want to
I'd like to
close
wrap
us
up
out.
first.
Oh.
Could I wrap up first?
Absolutely.
Okay, I just wanted to say I appreciate all the questions, and they put some great ones. If you've got something you want to send to us to review, send it to me at compliance@sfi.org. If you'll put that address up one more time, Jeff, we'll review it. We'll get with you, and if there's a problem, we'll see if we can't help you find a solution. So, great hearing from everybody. Great seeing some folks that I've never got to talk to before, and some who I've not seen, and we ain't gonna talk about how long.
Yeah, we're.
Oh me, pick on Dennis Day. I can see it now. Well, listen.
I've been out washing.
It's like they talking to you.
I've been out washing the car.
You've been out watching the porch.
Porch, I mean.
Wow, you mean Linda's having you do manual labor?
I had to stay in here and be up to date on what we were talking about. Well, I don't know who Wally is, but Willie came in. I'll look around
Okay,
for
we
Wally.
got to reboot Steve's memory.
Is that like where's Waldo? Believe me, he's been called worse.
They couldn't tell I
He's
was
probably
nude.
like me. Call me what you want.
He
Just
said
don't call
you
me late for dinner.
You couldn't tell he was nude, could you?
My goodness.
I'm
He'll
taking my
tell-
glasses off now.
He'll tell you that's his Speedo.
It burns.
I'm so glad to see you people. I've missed everybody so much.
Then you sir, will can close us out. Thank you, everyone. And on behalf of the IC committee, we appreciate everybody coming. And we apologize for some ASCII art and a couple of other things, but you know, we'll use all your feedback to make it better next time. So thank you, everybody.